Morning, everyone. Sorry for the slight delay. We're just trying to track down one of the members. Here he is.
Good morning, everyone. Can I ask for nominations for election of chair?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Ian Halsall, please.
Is there a second? Can we have a vote? All in favour of Councillor Ian Halsall? Thank you very much. Councillor, I'll pass over to the new chair.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you, everybody. Good morning. I'm Ian Halsall. I'm the chair of the Planning Committee. I moved down to this wonderful part of the world in 1992 to do a degree in town and country planning. So hopefully I'm best qualified for being in this role. So it's Wednesday, the 5th of June, 2024. We're in the banqueting room of the Guildhall, and this is June's Planning Committee. We've got quite an extensive agenda. We've got 2 items in the morning, and then the remaining 7 from 2 o'clock this afternoon. So just do the procedural things first. Obviously, thank you for nominating me as chair of the committee. We do need to appoint a vice chair, so could I ask someone to put forward a nomination, please? Councillor Gawley? And you're proposing that Lucy becomes the vice chair of the planning committee. Is there someone to second that, please? Thank you, Councillor Collins. And can we have a vote? All those in favour? Okay, Lucy, welcome as Vice Chair of the Planning Committee. Right, so I've introduced myself. I'll introduce my colleagues here on the top table. So if I start with my colleague here.
Good morning, I'm Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
And to my left.
I'm Christopher Griggs-Trevarvan. I'm a team manager in the development management team.
Hello, I'm Simon Elias, a senior lawyer in the council's legal team.
Thank you. We have our planning officers in the corner and highway officer as well over there. The meeting is being filmed. It will be available on our website, and it's also going to be on YouTube as well. If anybody's got any issues about being filmed, if they can please let Ian, the operator, know in the corner. He'll make sure that you're not on camera if you do wish to speak. You might be surprised to know that there's a general election about to happen. I think it's important on this occasion, while we have the pre-election, that we don't make any statements or get involved in any debate that could be politically sensitive. So obviously we are a regulatory body. We all come here, we leave our political hats at the door. So we have to just stick with the actual planning facts and the merits of any application that we're determining. Okay, can I pass over to Karina to announce the emergency evacuation procedure?
Thank you. Thank you. If the continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building and proceed to the named assembly point. From this room, you follow the illuminated green signs to the exit, using either the main staircase or the stone staircase at the end of this room. Please do not use the lifts. There are arrangements in place for the safe evacuation of disabled people. The assembly point for this building is at the Orange Grove grassed area opposite Bath Abbey. Thank you.
Thank you. I should welcome Councillor Deborah Collins to the committee, who's replacing Councillor Hounsall, who stepped down a couple of months ago. Can I ask Karina for any apologies or substitutions?
There are no apologies or substitutions.
Okay, so we have 9 items to consider, and I've got a list of a number of members who will be declaring an interest in various items. I think it might be useful just to perhaps go around the table. Maybe if we could start with Councillor Jackson and work round, just to ask if you've got an interest in any of the items.
I am struggling. When you turn away from your microphone, Chair, I can't hear.
Okay, I apologise.
So something about
yes, so it's run the items, the declaration of interests. There's quite a number of members who've got an interest in items on the agenda. I just think it'd be easy to go around the table just to ask individuals if they've got an interest. So do you have an interest in any item on the papers?
Well, it's not a pecuniary interest because parish councillors are volunteers but I'm a member of Westfield Parish Council and will be reading out a statement on their behalf.
Okay, but it's not going to prejudice any decisions on the agenda. Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. Yes, I'm ward councillor in Midsummer Norton, and I will be standing down for item 3, the Orchard Vale development.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins, have you got any interest?
Yes, I have interests in the first two items on the agenda. The first, they're both withdrawing to avoid any perception of bias rather than personal interests. The first relates to Bath West and Riverside, where I was the Cabinet Project Lead, and in that role I met the developers and was briefed on the application, so I'm stepping aside for that. And the second relates to the application by Bath Rugby for the East Stand. I'm a Bath Rugby season ticket, or I have been a Bath Rugby season ticket holder and member for several years, so I'm standing aside for that one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gawley, have you got any interest?
I have no interest to declare.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge?
Hello, I have an interest in agenda item number 9. It's an application for tree surgery works at my home,
Okay, thank you.
and I'll be stepping aside.
Councillor Warren?
Yeah, I have an interest again in item number 2, the Bath Rugby, as a season ticket holder again. But I must say, I just do feel that it almost goes contrary to the rugby applications because people happen to go and watch it. So you could actually sit here and be open and honest in the discussion. However, I've been advised to stand out, so I will.
Thank you. Councillor McPhee?
I'm ward councillor for Keynsham East and I have no interest.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crossley?
Passionate supporter of rugby, so I'll be leaving the room for the item on the rugby club.
Very well, thank you. And Councillor Simon?
I'm a relatively near neighbour of Councillor Hodge, and I think her trees are among those that I can see from my study window. So I've been advised that constitutes prejudicial, pecuniary interest, so I'll stand down for that item.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it'll be slightly like musical chairs today, but we shall press on. Item 6, urgent business agreed by the chair. There is no urgent business. Item 7, items from the public, statements and questions. I will ask Karina to inform you of the speaking procedure.
Thank you. So speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officer has made their presentation about the application. The order of speakers and the time allowed for speaking will be as follows. So if there's any parish or town council representatives, they will speak first and be allowed 3 minutes in total. Objectors to an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters of an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. So if there is more than one objector or supporter of an application, they must share the 3 minutes allowed to each side. Ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated they wish to speak about an application may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. Speeches will be timed by the traffic light system you can see on the table next to me. At the start, the light will be green and will turn amber when there is 1 minute of speaking time remaining. When the light turns red, speakers should immediately conclude their remarks. Thank you.
We do have a busy agenda and there's quite a few people who wish to speak, certainly on item 2, and I want to be fair to everybody and I want to be fairly strict about the timing, if possible. So those objecting and supporting, if you can share the 3 minutes between you, that would be really helpful. Thank you. Okay, item 8, we last met on the 8th of May. The minutes have been published. Can I have someone to put forward the motion to agree those minutes, please? Councillor Jackson, thank you. And anyone to second? Councillor McPhee, thank you. Right, we now move on to the main part of the agenda, which is to determine the planning applications that have been referred to this committee. The first one is the former gasworks at Windsor Bridge, and I'll wait for Councillor Collins to go. I shall hand over to Sam Mason, who's the case officer, to present the application to us.
Thank you, Chair. Just move that a bit closer. Okay, so just a quick verbal update. The report refers to a third-party comment from NHS Property Services Integrated Care Board. This should actually read as NHS Bath and North East Somerset, Swindon and Wiltshire Integrated Care Board. A further response has been received from the Care Board yesterday and added to the file, further expanding on the points they initially raised, which are summarised in the committee report. The further response has not altered the officer recommendation. Ultimately, in this case, the scheme has been demonstrated to have viability issues that mean the requests of the Care Board cannot be supported. And we'll see how this has affected other aspects of the scheme as we move through the presentation. So, the application relates to the former gasworks site. The proposal is for the demolition and decontamination of the site and mixed-use redevelopment, including 611 residential units with eatery space and a nursery, together with associated works. So the site is located west of the city centre in the Westmoreland ward. The site is bound to the north by the River Avon and Upper Bristol Road, and to the west by Windsor Bridge Road. To the east is the early phase of BWR development, and to the south is the Dick Lovett development. The site is located within two World Heritage sites and is adjacent to the Bath Conservation Area, which runs along the boundary of the river. So this slide shows the extent of the red line boundary, along with some aerial imagery, which shows the site as it is now, with the gas holder voids clearly visible. Members are aware that the adjacent site is a council site, which currently has a live planning application. However, this has stalled due to issues with the strategic sewer and build-over arrangements. So that's over in this part of the site. The site is an allocated site forming part of the Bath Western Riverside policy area, a development site which has had a long history, first being allocated back in 2007, and the allocations continued to roll over. So the application was first submitted in August 2022, and since then has been subject to numerous revisions as a result of consultee input, including from ICOMOS and the EA. So the result is the proposed site master plan you see in front of you on this slide. The proposal comprises 4 riverside blocks. These are known as Smith House, Palmer House, Dodd House and Langton House. Then there's 2 central elements, Holder Court and Moore Court. And then finally a southern linear block called Junction House. I've labelled each of these with a letter which we'll reference as we go through the slides. In addition to the blocks, the vehicular access will be taken from Midland Road. It will be 2-way, roughly to about here, where the access into the Undercroft parking is. And then it will become 1-way as it leads down to the sustainable transport route, leading back out to the south onto Midland Road. There will also be this north-south green route, which is known as Hopsmead Walk. There's open space created along the river, and there's a riverside park, along with a pocket park known as Siding Square. There's a cafe-restaurant space located in Block F and in Block B, and a nursery which will be located in Block B. And then this part of the site here is just illustrative, and it shows the council scheme. So we'll now have a brief look over the floor plans. So the majority of the site is 6 stories. However, Block F is 7. This area is where the site begins to slope down to the river. And so these parts of the site are built into the bank and sit below ground level. Next up is ground floor level. So just to point out, this is where the restaurant cafe will be located, and the smaller cafe, and then the ground floor of the nursery, which is split over 2 floors. Then we have the Undercroft parking, which you can see within Block A and in between the 3 elements of Block B. And then I've just shown the sections here so you can understand that the parking location and how it's set on 1 floor at Moore Court and 2 floors in Holder Court. So then onto the first floor plan. So there you go, you can see that upper floor car parking there, and the upper floor of the nursery. Then we have the second floor, which comprises all residential units. So there's a mix of units comprising studio apartments, 1-bed, 2-bed, and 3-bed apartments, and a total of 611 residential units is proposed. Then floor plan level 3, much of the same. 4, 5, and then the roof plan. So moving on to elevations and sections. I've taken a selection of elevations rather than show you all of them. So we're going to start with block A. So this top elevation is the west elevation. We have a key here, so you can just see that that's block A. So this is the west elevation, and the lower drawing is the east elevation. So over the course of the application, the design of each block has been revised. The architectural design influence for these blocks is now the wider context of Bath, taking on board that rhythm and structure and mansard roofs of the Georgian influence. So next we have the north-south section through the block. Again, you can see the car parking levels, and you can see that these comprise of 6 stories, with the 6th story set within the roof. The car parking set slightly down. The ground floor level is around 22 AOD, and the roof heights are 42 AOD. Next up is block B. That's what comprises those 3 elements, as you can see on the plan here. And this time we have the east elevation at the top and the west elevation below. And then the sections. So again, this trio have a total of 6 stories, with the car parking as an undercroft set within the below the courtyard garden. Again, ground floor is 22 AOD and roof height is 42 AOD. So next up is block C of the 4 riverside blocks, again as shown on the key. So we've got the north elevation, as would be seen from the river, and the east elevation. So you can see more clearly here that stepped level change as the lower ground floor is set into the bank, and how the site drops down towards the river. So again, during the course of the application, these blocks have been revised down from 8 stories and have been now redesigned with a more industrial approach. So the roof forms are pitched and gables are expressed to the river, and it's taking cues from the historic gasworks buildings. And again, these sections show the stories more readable through the blocks, so 6 and 5 stories. So this is block D, which is very similar to block C. Again, 5 stories at the southern end, 6 stories at the northern river end. Southern end is 22 AOD, and the river end is set at 19 AOD, with the overall height being 39 AOD. And then block E, which is very similar again. And then we have block F, which is a slightly different design. It has a staggered footprint, as you can see on the key plan. The river element will be 7 stories. It's got the lower ground floor again set into the bank, and then the slightly higher upper level. So at the south of the site, as you move south across the block, we've got 7, 6, 5 stories. And again, they follow those same levels, so 19 AOD stepping up to 22 AOD, 39 AOD at this part, and this is 42.5 AOD, which is the highest part of the development across the whole site. Then finally, for elevations and sections, we have block G, which is Junction House. Again, this block's been amended over the course of the application. Initially, the building was flat-roofed, resulting in quite harsh massing. The roof has now been amended to provide pitch elements, and the materials updated to articulate the 3 tiers more successfully. So here I've shown the south elevation and the east elevation, and the height staggered across just to break up the massing and follow the topography. And then this will be around 20 AOD at the lowest ground level and 40 AOD at its tallest. And then next up, some context sections. So this top view is the east to west section, as shown on the context plan here. So it's as if you're looking down from the river across to the site. So you can see the 4 riverside buildings here and the courtyard and junction house buildings behind. You can see the peachy coloured buildings behind as well, which is the Dick Lovett scheme, which is currently under construction. Members would have seen that on the site visit. And then over here we have the first phase of the BWR scheme. And you can just see the 9-storey landmark building there. The lower section is the north-south through the site. So we've got the riverside buildings here, courtyard buildings here, Linear Junction House here, Dick Lovett here, and just in the back there you can see the landmark building of the existing BWR site. So now we're going to move on to some visuals. So I've got some before and after renders. So this is the view looking from the riverside towpath across through phase 1 of the BWR and the landmark building. And the after. So you can see the red brick riverside buildings and the courtyard buildings. And then this is the view from the Destructure Bridge at Midland Road. And then after. This is taken from the river towpath on the opposite site and is a more wintry scene. I think it's late autumn actually. And then after. This is the view looking north from Brook Road and the junction with Lower Bristol Road. So this is Windsor Bridge Road over here. The Dick Lovett scheme actually sits in this part of the site here, so it doesn't really look like this anymore. And this is the after image. Again, obviously the Dick Lovett scheme is under construction and we'll cover some of this view. And this is the view taken at the junction of Caledonian Road and Southview Road, looking north towards the site. And then this is the after images. Obviously these are just basic renders, so they've not been coloured. And then this is taken at St Michael's Road, looking in Lower Weston, looking south. And then after. And then this is from Victoria Park. And again, that's the landmark building there. And then after, again, not with colour. And then at the Royal Crescent. And then this is the after. So the location of the site is marked with the dotted line, so you can't actually see it through the screen of trees. And then the view from Chatham Castle. Again, you can just spot the landmark building just above my cursor there, which helps identify the site. And then the scheme as proposed just in there. And then finally the view from Bath City Farm, looking east towards the site. Again, this is phase 1 of BWR. And then the scheme just in here. Excuse me. So just onto the last few slides. This is the tree plans. So this one with the red shows the trees that are being removed from the site. The site contains a mixture of trees, some of which were planted and some which were now naturally self-set. The trees are not located within the conservation area, nor are any TPO'd or veteran trees. So as explained in the officer report, the site is highly contaminated due to the various historic uses, including the old gasworks. So as such, the remediation of the site requires the removal of contaminated soil and hard surfaces in those areas that contain trees. So the outcome is the loss of all the trees from the site. Additionally, the Environment Agency require a 5-metre conveyancing strip along the river itself, which will also result in the loss of the riverside trees. But on the left, I've shown the tree planting strategy. So this includes feature and scatter trees along the river edge, which includes poplar, silver birch, beech, hornbeam, hawthorn and willow. And this mix of native trees can reach up to heights of 15 metres by 25 years, and once fully mature should be able to exceed 20 metres. So for context, the tallest riverside building is around 20 metres in height. So next is the landscaping plan, which just shows a bit more detail of the soft and hard landscaping across the site. There's a mix of landscaping features, which includes the green areas, which show amenity grass, the hatched areas, which probably don't show that well on here, but that's shrub planting. We've got the purple areas, which show flowering lawn, trees, as already discussed, and landscaping conditions have been recommended. So just to note that the BNG metric shows that an increase in 36.63% of biodiversity net gain is achieved on the site. However, in this case, trading rules are not met for woodland planting, so that means that some off-site provision is also necessary, and this has been conditioned. So finally, I'll briefly cover the contributions arising from the scheme. So the proposal is for 611 dwellings in an area which would require a policy target of 30% affordable housing. As I've touched on, the scheme is in significant viability deficit for a number of reasons, including the contamination and remediation. So nevertheless, the developer is proposing 12% affordable housing, which equates to 72 units. And this will be secured through a Section 106 agreement in phases as immediate tenure. The other contributions being brought forward by the scheme, which will be secured by Section 106 should members choose to permit, include highways contributions of over £1 million towards items including traffic signal upgrades at Windsor Bridge Road and the strategic sustainable transport projects. Open space contributions of over £700,000. This is towards parks and recs and allotment projects. A sustainable construction contribution of over £225,000 towards carbon offsetting. Targeted training and recruitment contribution of £40,000 and £6,000 towards 4 new fire hydrants as requested by Avon Fire. So to conclude, the site is an allocated site. It's a brownfield site in need of redevelopment that's been sitting derelict for some time and is an allocated site. The application has been subject to pre-application advice, and since being submitted in 2022 has gone through rounds of revisions with input, as I said, from stakeholders including the Environment Agency and ICOMOS. The revised scheme is no longer considered to result in harm to the World Heritage Site, nor any of the city's other heritage assets. The landscape impacts have been found to be minimised, neutral or acceptable. The character and appearance of the design now draws upon appropriate cues from industrial heritage, as well as including nods to the Georgian bath and typical Bathonian typology architecture, without being pastiche. The scheme delivers on the policy allocation requirements, providing 611 units of a various mix. And whilst being found to have significant viability issues, the scheme still provides 12% affordable housing and a host of other financial contributions. The proposal also provides 2 eateries and an early years facility and provides biodiversity net gain and ecological enhancement. The scheme is therefore considered to comply with the relevant planning policies and the development plan as a whole, and the proposal is recommended for permission by officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, for a very comprehensive presentation there. Right, okay, just one thing, just go back to item 5, declarations of interest, when I went around the table. Is that okay? When I went around the table, I didn't include myself, just to confirm I've got no interest in any of the applications. Okay, we'll come back to Sam and Claire if there's any highway-related questions shortly, but first of all, we have the agent on behalf of the applicants wishes to address the committee. Caroline McHardy, hi there. Okay, so as we set out, you've got 3 minutes to put your points forward. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to address you today. I am Caroline McCarty, Land Director for Berkeley Homes. In their report, officers conclude that the gasworks site is a blemish and an inefficient use of a central city site, which has been allocated for housing since 2007. The proposals before you today show how together we have an opportunity to transform this redundant brownfield site into a vibrant new community that we can all be proud of. Our design celebrates the history of the gasworks site, ensuring the site's unique heritage is not lost. We will provide a mixed-use development, including a nursery, cafe, and restaurant, alongside delivering 611 much-needed high-quality new homes. Working together is vital for delivery of complex, highly contaminated brownfield sites, such as the former gasworks. The site will require significant remediation, yet despite the viability challenges, we are incredibly proud to be able to deliver 72 affordable homes on site for local young people and those on low incomes. In order to fully remediate the site, we will need to remove the existing trees and vegetation. However, we will replace this loss by planting 263 high-quality native trees appropriate for the riverside location, delivering new habitats and a 36% biodiversity net gain, which will allow nature to thrive. At Berkeley, we believe the green spaces around our buildings should not be overlooked, as they play a vital contribution to our health and well-being. The scheme has been designed to maximise the public open spaces on offer, which in total is the equivalent of 2 football pitches in size, providing more than ample space for us to implement our community plan. We are promoting sustainable transport by introducing 4 new access points and a new sustainable transport route through the site for pedestrians and cyclists, encouraging the wider community to enjoy the new facilities and Riverside Park. Other sustainable transport initiatives include electric vehicle charging, delivery of an all-electric car club, and secure cycle storage for all residents. The benefits of this scheme will extend beyond the site boundaries, as the agreed Section 106 will provide a financial contribution of £2 million for the Council to invest in highways improvements, education, and parks and open spaces within the local area. Our investment in the local economy will go further than just financial contributions, with approximately £6 million to be invested on site, delivering the new Riverside Park and highways improvements.
Could I ask you to wind up now, please?
We have undertaken significant public and key stakeholder engagement throughout our planning journey, and would like to thank everyone that has helped us today, and we hope members are able to support their officer's recommendation so we can deliver the last piece of the jigsaw for Bath Riverside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. We'll come to the point where we ask questions of the officer. I will say, just for the record, that we have benefited from a site visit. It's a huge site, right close to the heart of the centre. Definitely needs regeneration. So who wants to ask a question of the officers? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I have 2 questions, if I may. The first one is just a little bit more detail on the affordable housing, the 12%, 72 units. Could you give us a bit more detail on what type of affordable housing, what type of scheme that's going to be?
Yes, it's going to be, 12%. 12% affordable housing, which, as I said, equates to 72 units. It's going to be coming forward probably in the 4th phase of development as intermediate tenure. So that will be secured through the Section 106. Does that add enough detail?
Sorry, I was trying to understand. I mean, is there any social housing in that affordable housing? Or is it discounted? Or is it shared ownership? What's the breakdown?
I believe it's shared ownership.
There's no social housing?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you. And I was just intrigued at the roof designs for the blocks C, D, E and F. What is in the top of those buildings, those unusual shaped roof space with the sloped windows? Is that just sort of penthouse apartments? Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's going to be essentially sort of an integrated balcony.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else got questions? Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Gawley.
Well, I would like to say how useful the site visit was. It's a much larger site than you would think from the officer's presentation, although they've done their best, and I had no idea about the depth and breadth of it. But thinking about the size of the site, I was wondering, have I got it right that there is no food growing space? There's nowhere where somebody, or have they got balconies, window boxes, or any sort of common area? And secondly, I'm a bit concerned, in the update report, it said that they were going to plant alder trees. An alder tree has just come crashing down on my allotment. They are not very stable. Is it not a good idea, or would you not consider that the trees that should be planted should be giving stability to the riverbank? And the third question is the flood mitigation. Is that going to be the subterranean car parks?
Thanks, Eleanor. Yes, in terms of food growing, there are planters that have been incorporated in the landscaping scheme around the site. You can't really see the detail too well on this plan, I'm afraid, but that has been incorporated to a degree, and then obviously there is the contribution towards the allotment projects. And as you've pointed out, obviously individuals will have their own balconies and things, so there's the opportunity there. In terms of the mix of trees, this has obviously been consulted on with the arboriculturalist for the council, who hasn't raised any concerns with individual specimens or species types. So we believe the mix in this location is acceptable from an officer point of view, and there's no concern with bank stability either in that regard. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your last question. I didn't hear it. Something about flooding?
Quite got my mind around the flood mitigation. This is, after all, an area that's prone to flooding.
Yes, so let me grab another plan. So obviously the site is adjacent to the river. So this top very edge of the site is flood zone 3, which is where the flood conveyancing strip goes in. So that's sort of the mitigation. But this strip of the river has already had multiple flood defences put in historically. So it's not that the site will result in the increase in flooding in this area, if that's your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gawley and then Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, I think I've got 3 questions. Just to clarify, there's no social housing on this site? Is that what I understood?
Yes, so there's 12% affordable housing, but the tenure is shared ownership.
Okay, okay, that's one thing. Secondly, what's the allotment projects? I mean, this looks like a series of flats. People may be able to grow stuff on their balconies, but particularly if they're older, retired people, they may want to have an allotment. Where are the allotment projects anticipated?
That's a piece of work to be done with the financial contribution. So the Green Parks, the Parks team have requested that contribution, and that will go towards identifying that project and then towards future projects for wherever the allotments are identified, so it's not known yet.
So it's not possible to have, I don't know, shared raised boxes or beds or something where people can grow things actually on site?
There's going to be some planters across the site, yeah, for minimal food growing, but it's not extensive in terms of allotments.
And sorry, and the final question I had was about solar panels on the roofs and solar and that sort of thing.
They're not shown on the roof plans here, actually, but the majority of the panels are located in the on Junction House, which is this southern block. But because there's pitched roofs and obviously there's integrated balconies on these other elements of the scheme, solar panels haven't been included there. So they're going to be contributing to a carbon offsetting fund as well.
So there's, because we've seen this in another site where solar panels on one building, this was one in Keynsham, solar panels in one building enabled to provide electricity for the other building. That's obviously not the case here.
Yeah, I mean, it's because of the extent, really, but it does, I think in the report, it does say how much is going to be provided, but it's not the total amount that should have been, hence the carbon offsetting fund. I think it's 71% total energy use will be matched with generation from PV panels on the site. So that remaining 29% is offset through the fund.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Thank you, Simon, for a comprehensive presentation and for a useful site visit. I just had 2 points. One was about the highways information in the report. It was the actual committee reports the scope for revision issues remain outstanding of May the 24th. I just wondered whether they are resolved now. And my main concern is actually the removal of the trees and the kind of security of what we will actually get in terms of what's delivered on the site. And I note thank you very much for the update report, which kind of outlined the range of trees that you hope to include, and also I know there's 28, there's a landscape design proposal, but my concern is that whether the final landscaping will be as shown in the images, and are we able to condition condition what actually comes forward rather than a proposal to be agreed at a later date, which we won't be aware of. Also, I wondered whether there was any possibility of conditioning some semi-mature trees in the delegate to permit route.
Yeah, I'll let Claire take the highways one first of all.
Thank you, Councillor. So there were a number of outstanding issues, and the vast majority of them are now resolved, and the ones that were left were not considered to be amount to severe cumulative impacts that would prevent us from giving a favourable recommendation. So yes, we are comfortable with what we've got and the contributions we've secured. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so, oh, sorry.
Apologies.
Sorry. Just in terms of the landscaping questions, I have included a condition for no development beyond slab level should take place until both hard and soft landscaping proposals have been submitted. So we do have the submission of obviously some landscape details at this stage, which is on this plan here. That would need to be submitted again, essentially in more detail, but we would expect it to come forward in line roughly with what's there. Through, design sort of development, there may be the odd thing that might change, which might be acceptable. But there's also then the landscape ecological management plan condition and the implementation of the landscaping scheme condition, which help to tie those down, along with the tree planting conditions, which require let me just find it, sorry. Which require, the replacement tree planting to be carried out in accordance with the details that have been submitted. So that was the 263 trees. In terms of including semi-mature trees, that's probably something we can do. I'm not sure if Chris has any view on that.
Yeah, I'm sure that can be agreed as part of the landscaping conditions, and I'm sure the applicants are taking note of your comments today for when they come to submit those details.
Councillor Simon, did you have a question?
Yes.
Councillor Crossley.
We received late last night some representation of Bath Preservation Trust, which asked that the architect, it be a condition that the architects who've done the work be retained through the project. Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I'm not sure that we can condition that. You know, it's difficult. I don't know, Chris, if you have a view, sorry.
Yes, so obviously planning permission, as we've said in the past, it runs with the land. It's not specific to the applicant in question. Theoretically, they could sell the land and the permission to someone else, and they could do it. In those instances, it would be unreasonable to insist they keep the same architect. So it's not something we would seek to condition, but we would, through the conditions and through the discharge of those, seek to ensure that the high-quality design principles that set out in this application are maintained throughout that discharge and then the build process.
Okay, Councillor Crossley, did you have a question?
Thank you very much. Can you just explain where the 72 affordable units are going to be scattered throughout the scheme? And can you also give us an understanding why you agreed with the application to include no social housing provision within that 72 units? I'd like a bit more understanding about why we've got no social housing.
Yeah, so the 72 units, I believe, will be coming forward in phase 4, which will be block B, which is the 3 units here, the 3 elements here. Essentially, our viability assessors, Dix and Searle, the council's viability assessors, reviewed the scheme and agreed that it was not viable, but the 12% is being brought forward in any case and was offered as shared ownership, and so officers, with consultation with Dix and Searle, agreed that position.
Thank you. Can I ask a question regarding the adjacent council site? Obviously, it's stalled and you've given the explanation for that. Were this development to go ahead, how is it going to relate to the site until Baines puts forward the application to develop it? Is there landscaping conditions, screening condition, for example?
Yes, so it wouldn't prejudice this site coming forward at all. The 2 schemes have been in conversation and essentially tried to design the schemes in tandem over the course, but obviously the council scheme has stalled. The main element that's sort of shared is this north-south green route, which I have included a condition, again, I forget which number, but that is for further details of the interim landscaping to be submitted before the details of the Baines scheme are brought forward. And then at the next stage, the final details of that element to be brought forward.
Thank you. Anybody else got a question before we move on? Councillor Gawley.
Sorry, I didn't come on the site visit, so I apologise for that. But just, has the question of an area heating plant, been considered? And, I mean, I'm sorry, is that something that you've thought about?
We did have a district heating policy, but yeah, this scheme's not going to be linked up to it. It does have the air source heat pumps within the scheme, so it's not part of the district heating network, if that's the question.
Right, okay, thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Sorry, just one more. I'm just thinking of the solar panels again, and even with sloping roofs on listed buildings, it's possible to locate solar panels. There's an awful lot of roof space there. Was it suggested and just not forth? It's obviously not forthcoming, but were there any other reasons? It's disappointing, isn't it?
Yes, it was part of because of the redesign with the ICOMOS input, Heritage, Bath Preservation Trust. I think because of those views through the site, the roofscapes were obviously redesigned and they became pitched, and in some cases solar panels potentially would have impacted further on those heritage views and landscape impacts, and so I believe that's why they weren't included.
Okay, thank you. Shall we move on to the debate? Oh no, Councillor Jackson.
Just a very quick one. Are these properties going to be leasehold or freehold? And if we're thinking about affordable housing on shared equity, will there be a grounds maintenance charge? In other words, are they really going to be affordable?
I'll have a run at that one. So in terms of whether they're leasehold or freehold, that's not really relevant to your considerations today, and that'll be a matter for the developer and the purchasing solicitors of whoever's purchasing them. Obviously, in terms of the affordable housing, those will be they will be secured via the Section 106, and they will be subject to the relevant leasehold freehold arrangements that go with shared ownership housing. So that would be a fixed arrangement which we would have some control over. In terms of whether there would be a service charge or a ground maintenance sort of thing, that does depend a bit on which elements of the scheme are adopted and which are retained in private management to be maintained by a private management company. My understanding is it's likely the majority of the scheme will be maintained, including the landscaping areas, by a private management company, which is usually funded by the residents. But there will be controls, as I said, about the affordable housing and the service charges that they are expected to pay. So that will all be sort of sorted out through the Section 106.
Thank you. Right, we'll move on to the debate. Just one point. From the questions, I know there's some concern that we're not securing any significant affordable housing on here, and the affordable housing isn't, as Councillor Hughes has mentioned, it's not social housing, it's obviously going to be shared equity. Last month, of course, we had the Avon Street car park application, and there was no affordable housing delivered on that. We just need to be mindful of policy CP9. Whilst there is a target in that policy to achieve 30% affordable, the policy does allow for viability assessments to be made, and clearly the applicants have demonstrated, and that's been verified by Dixon Searle, third party, that they can't afford that 30%. The tenure is all they can afford. Obviously, we've been to the site, we know about the contamination issues, and we know that it's a very costly enterprise clearing up a former gasworks site. So, okay, who wants to start the debate and make some points? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, yes, and I do take on board your comments about the affordable, but I would just say that we need to be careful about using that phrase affordable. Shared ownership doesn't necessarily make it affordable, it depends what the starting price of the property is, and I don't think that's going to help people on low incomes, because I don't think they will be able to afford even a partial mortgage on a property of these values. But moving on from the issue of affordable, it's nice to see the BMG at 36%, although it had a very low starting point, so it wasn't difficult. I don't think it was a difficult figure to hit. I do appreciate that there are challenges to this site. There's a lot of groundworks to be done, and we have to take that into account. And it's definitely an improvement on the previous designs that we've seen. I think the height issues have been tackled, and although I would say I'm not particularly keen on the design that we're looking at, I find it all I think it's quite bland, quite boring. I don't find it particularly inspiring. Maybe this just reflects the way urban living is going to evolve in cities to meet sort of housing targets, perhaps. I think there are a few missed opportunities. I think in terms of design keys, you've got buildings close by like the Newark buildings, which have some very interesting design features that could have been incorporated. but we are where we are. I think another issue is that perhaps when you're going to put a cafe onto a site like this, perhaps you could put it on the top floor rather than the bottom floor, so everyone could enjoy the views of the city rather than just the people that can afford the penthouse apartments. But overall, none of these are sufficient reasons for refusal, so I think on balance, I think I would support the application.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Similar thoughts to Councillor Hughes, actually. Is it the prettiest application in the world? Probably not. Would we like to see 30% what I call real affordable? Absolutely. But, however, it's allocated land, and I kind of hark back to the Avon Street car park, and it's a tip at the moment. It's ugly, it's a blight on the city, it's a blemish, it's just awful. It's vacant, it's contaminated. It needs an awful lot of money on remediation. Other than that, it's okay. We can't, you've got to have, I wouldn't be as against the design perhaps as Councillor Hughes. You know, as I said before, you can't build a Royal Crescent everywhere, and it has to be viable. If it's not viable, it doesn't get built. The reality, if you insisted on the 30%, it wouldn't get built, and it remain a blemish on the city forever and ever. You've got a lot of trees that are going in, which will help out. It will tidy up the city. So I would actually happy to support this, and just help along. I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation, just help the conversation along. So I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. You'll move that. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I was very rude about the Bath West and Riverside when the two applications came in, because they reminded me of Eastern Europe. And I have to say, I am disappointed that this, as a sort of gateway site, is not more exciting. It's at a crucial juncture where you know, the visitor coming into Bath ought to realise they are in Bath and say, wow, look at that. But we've got what we've got. It's obviously an improvement on what was previously on the site, so I don't think it can be rejected because the design is banal. It would have been nice if it had imitated the curve of the river and those blocks had been curved round and horizontal, not sort of laid out like Lego bricks. But again, you know, this is utilitarian, it's going to work, and I expect I'm going to be voting for the motion when we get one to approve.
Okay, Councillor Gawley and Councillor Hodge.
I think I echo quite a lot of what's been said. I mean, it's disappointing not to have more social rent housing in that. I think there could have been some more nods towards some of the other industrial heritage. I think it is a bit blocky, but there you go. I'm disappointed about the solar panels. If it had had a mansard roof, I'm thinking maybe they could have had solar panels along the top rather than having the pitch roofs. And I think that that's something that's an opportunity that's potentially missed. I'm also concerned about who's actually going to be occupying this. And if they're, you know, if they want to have somewhere of their own private space to sit outside and grow vegetables, or they're going to have to trek miles to an allotment. But I think I'm in agreement with the others that probably this will get through.
Thank you, Councillor Hodge.
Thank you. I have similar comments to everyone else. I would have liked to see some social housing. In terms of the design, I would probably prefer something that was a floor, one floor lower in the bowl in the centre of Bath. And also, I think even with sloping mansard roofs, happy with that roof design, but there is potential, there's a lot of roof space there with potential for solar panels. But I'm happy to support this on condition that a condition is added that along the riverside that some of the tree planting, a proportion of the tree planting is semi-mature trees.
Okay, yeah, Councillor Crossley.
First of all, big thanks to the officer, a very comprehensive report. But what I'd like to do is just concentrate my points on what I see as the weakness in the whole of our development policy. I think with the general election coming up and a new government minister for local government, I think one of the first things we should do as a council, which is struggling to build houses to meet the needs of local people, is we should say to the government,
Councillor
hang on
Crossley.
a second, I'm going to finish this.
Actually, Chair, we don't know there's going to be a new minister at all. So I think
Well, it might be the same. It might be the same. But whoever it is, we need the minister to tell
I
developers.
just think we need to be sensitive about
We
getting
need
political.
the minister to tell developers that the value of the land is the value of the local plan. It is unacceptable that we keep getting development schemes that have no social input in them, and the excuse is, well, we've paid a lot of money for this, we've paid a lot of money for remediation. If the land is valueless, then pay £1 for it. But we need housing for local people, for local families, and yet again, we've got another big scheme in the centre of Bath where there's no provision for social housing. And it is a disgrace. And I know it's not our fault, but we need to send a strong message to whoever the local government minister is after this election that that plan needs to be changed, and developers are told very clearly around the country that the value of the land is the value of the local plan. That having been said, I think we've got a big improvement on what we've had before. We've got some affordable. I would like to suggest that we send the officer back and say that we must have some social in those 62 units. And I don't know how they would do that, but I think to have yet another scheme with no social is just not acceptable. So I would like to see another addition to go in, maybe not a recommendation, but some strong advice to the officer that we do need some social units in those 62 allocation units. Other than that, I think I agree with what Eleanor said. The design is very utilitarian. You could have had some curves mapping onto the river, which we've got elsewhere, and we could have had a bit more imagination. And I think we want our architects to actually look at what Bath is and actually not come up with just square blocks, but to look at how we can build something that adds interest to the city of Bath going forward.
I've got Councillor Jackson's eye first, and then Councillor Simon.
Well, I can sympathise with Councillor Crossley's statements, but I wondered if the officer could get up the map of the site, because there's an adjacent site, is there not, which is also in the council possession. And I was wondering, do we have to take a proportion of the site-specific development, or can one take the average across the whole, the bit off here on the right, across the whole area? In other words, recommend that when the application comes in for the next site, it has a high proportion of social housing.
I'll field that one if that's okay, Eleanor. So these will be they're two separate application proposals. So it's not possible to make that, and they're two separate applicants. So that wouldn't practically work, and it wouldn't lawfully work either in terms of the legal position. So just to briefly touch upon some of the comments raised by Councillor Crossley and the request to go back and seek social rented housing to be included within the Section 106 agreement. As the case officer Sam set out, the viability assessment that has been done, which hasn't actually, the core issue with viability on this scheme is not to do with the price paid for the land. That has been sort of agreed in accordance with national guidance and is not the fundamental cause of the viability issue. The fundamental cause of the viability issue is the costs associated with the decontamination, remediation in the land, moving works that need to decontaminate this site. And that viability actually shows that the scheme is not viable. It would justify the developer coming forward with no affordable housing on this site. Yet in this application and through the officer's negotiations, they have managed to get them to agree to 12% affordable, despite that viability deficit issue. So in terms of going back and then renegotiating that further to try and get a particular tenure on that site, I don't believe officers would have the justification for doing so, and I also don't think the applicant would agree to that. So I'm just putting those comments out there for the committee's benefit.
Thank you. Councillor Simon.
Yes, I'm sorry to disagree with Councillor Crossley, but the value of this land in its present state is negative. It has no value. It has to be remediated. I've had experience in other authorities of remediating gas works. It's extreme. You have to dig extremely deep. You've got a lot of very nasty stuff to get rid of, including blue billy, which I'd not previously seen. So it seems to me that the only way we're getting affordable housing is because Homes England have made funding available for this. And if Homes England have chosen to grant fund the form they have, I fear we have to live with it. So I'm happy that the officer has correctly analysed all the factors, and I'm not sure anybody's formally seconded the proposal to accept the officer's recommendation, but I'm doing so now.
Thank you. Right, okay, so we have a recommendation to delegate to permits, obviously subject to the Section 106 agreement. Councillor Warren has put forward that motion. That's been seconded by Councillor Simon. We are where we are with policy CP9. The viability assessment has been accepted. Yes, obviously there has to be a review of the local plan policies anyway, and maybe subsequently there may be a change in government and a change in the approach to affordable housing. Design-wise, in terms of the actual strategic importance of that land, we've got a great opportunity to see the regeneration, delivery of substantial number of homes, albeit not all affordable. We are, in terms of design, in that area, the benchmark is higher-rise buildings, maybe more utilitarian. Certainly, that is now the aesthetic around there. So I'm happy to support this application, and I'll put the recommendation to the vote. So who's in favour of supporting the officer's recommendation? Okay, that's a unanimous approval. Thank you. Right, okay, we're at 12:08. We've got Councillor Jackson.
You were a bit quick off the mark for me. I was going to ask if we could have a condition that the decontamination is checked after the development's taken place, so there can be enforcement if the condition is not being complied with.
Yes, there is already such a condition on the recommendation, so no need to add anything further on that.
Okay, I'm mindful of the time. Are we okay to press on with the second item? Okay, so I'll just let people leave the room. Right, okay. Item 2, it's a variation of condition for the retention of the east stand at the Bath Recreation Ground. The case officer is here to present the item. Over to you, Gary.
Thank you, Chair. Just checking that everything is in order, and see if I can change my cursor so it is more identifiable. That's great, thank you. Yes, so thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. So the application before you now is item 2, is as follows on the screen. It's got quite a long technical description to it, which is in the report before you, but essentially summarised, it is an application to vary condition 2 of application 21/05530/VAR, and that's to retain the east stand at the recreation ground during the summer of 2024. Moving on to the site location, and I'm sure everyone's sort of very familiar with the site, but just to clarify, it is the recreation ground. It's obviously located within both World Heritage Sites, the Bath Conservation Area. It's in the vicinity of numerous heritage assets. The variety of listed buildings are set out in the report for assessment. And the wreck can be seen in numerous viewpoints, as will be demonstrated shortly. And the east stand in question, turning to the aerial photograph, is this one over here. So, to start with, the existing permission that exists on the site was granted in March 2022, and that was for the retention of the temporary stands that had, in this case, been originally approved in this form in 2015. There are a number of conditions attached to that permission, or that variation of permission, and the one being considered at the moment is condition 2, which is set out before you both on the screen and also within the report. And that's a requirement that the east stand is taken down at the end of the rugby season and erected just prior to. Now, there's an inherent conflict within the condition. It makes reference to the stand not being used for more than 39 weeks, but it also defines a window in which the stand has to be dismantled and then re-erected. It talks about that the construction should not commence more than 4 weeks before the first home game of each rugby season, which is usually in September, so working back from that, that would be a date in August. And then crucially in this situation, it says that the east stand shall be entirely removed from the site no later than 3 weeks after the last home game of the rugby premiership season. Now, for reasons I'll go into, I'll explain how that this year that window has been compressed. So the key permission that exists at the moment was granted in 2021. It expires, it's a temporary permission, it expires in May 2025, so next year. That in itself was a second variation of a permission originally granted for the structures that are there at the moment, granted in 2015. So originally that was a permission until May 2020, then it was extended to May 2022, and then extended until May 2025. But as you will see from the list of planning permissions set out on the screen there and referred to in the report, there have been a whole host of temporary permissions granted for temporary stands at the wreck. In terms of the east stand, it has changed over time in scale. The first one that I could find in the records was back in 1997. So over time, it's been consistently granted permission, but on two key provisos. One, it's only ever been a temporary permission, which then is followed by another temporary permission and another temporary permission. And then consistently, from the very start, has been that requirement for this window between the end of one season, the start of the other, where the stand is dismantled and removed from the site. So the application before you today is relatively straightforward. The request from the applicants, the rugby club, is can the east stand remain in situ during the summer of 2024? And to help guide the committee, I just wanted to kind of run through 3 things that you're not considering today. First of all, you're not being asked to extend the life of the permission for the east stand. This currently expires in May 2025, and so the extension of that in total is not before you today. Also, what you're not considering is the merits of a permanent stand. That will come before you in due course later this year as part of the current application that exists for a permanent stadium. So you're not considering that at this point in time. And finally, with an eye to the fact that you've got a decision to make, you may approve or you may decide to refuse. What you're not considering at the moment, though, is the expediency of taking any enforcement action if there is ultimately a breach of the existing condition 2 in the event of the application being refused. If that were to be the case, that would be the subject of a separate process. We would have to see if there was a breach in those circumstances. That would not become apparent until towards the end of this month, so we can't anticipate any breach of planning control. And also the expediency of taking any action in those circumstances would have to be very carefully considered, so isn't for today. So what I wanted to show you was a number of photographs and views of the site. I'm starting off with some views from the landscape and visual impact assessment that the Planning Authority considered back in 2015 when it assessed the impact of the East Stand as it is now. And so a landscape visual impact assessment is a document that you'll see, and the previous case officer showed you the equivalent for the development there. So these were views that were considered at the point in time when the stand was originally approved. Now, landscape visual impact assessments usually show you two views in terms of impact. One is the winter view, one is the summer view. I'm only showing you the summer views because, of course, that is the window of impact that you're considering today. So the first view is of the East Stand from Grand Parade, and you'll see the stand visible here between the trees. Then this is the view from Orange Grove, and you'll clearly see the East Stand there between the trees and the West Stand here as well. Then longer range views as well, which I thought was important to show you. This is the view from Beach and Cliff, and you'll see the East Stand in the distance over here. Then the view from Bathwick Fields, and this view that you get is of the rear of the East Stand. So this, of course, is the Abbey, the Empire Hotel, and Johnston Street adjacent to the Wreck. And what you're seeing here, this dark element here, is the rear of the East Stand. So that's the view that was considered. And then the final long-term view is from Sham Castle, so further away, higher up. And you'll see here again, it's the rear of the East Stand here that you're seeing. You'll see the end elevations of Johnston Street to orientate yourself. So it's this, the stand is there. So I'm going to show you now some photographs that were taken a couple of weeks ago in terms of the existing impact of the stand as it is. So these are taken, of course, again from Grand Parade. So you'll clearly see the stand in between the trees and other structures at the Wreck. Likewise, just a bit further along, you'll see the East Stand there. Then from the Wreck itself, this is from the far side of the Wreck from the rugby ground, and clearly you'll see the Abbey, the Empire Hotel, the end elevations of Johnston Street as well, and you'll see the rear of the East Stand as it is today, basically. These are obviously much closer views of the rear of the stand when stood next to it from either end. And then these are views in relation to the relationship with Johnston Street. So this is the view, obviously, where Johnston Street terminates at the end of and above the level of the Wreck. This is the view that you get of the East Stand in terms of its side elevation. You're at a higher level than the stand when you're there. And this is a view taken then from the Wreck, but demonstrating the relationship between the properties on Johnston Street and the East Stand as well. There's approximately a distance of 20 to 30 metres between the end elevation of those properties and the East Stand, and the stands at a lower level from the road. The road levels here, so clearly, obviously, windows here and here are at a lower level than the East Stand. But that gives you a good idea of the relationship between these properties and the East Stand as well. So, as set out in the report, the proposal has been subject to consultation. We've had around 50 representations made objecting to the proposals. These are set out in the report, but again, to just emphasise, these relate to the impact on heritage views and the World Heritage Sites. View that in the summer months, the public should be able to access as much of the green space as possible. That the absence of the stand during the summer months is something to look forward to, and the brief period of noise and upheaval is worth it. that there is no reason to make an exception to this long-standing restriction. The plans for a permanent stadium are not relevant to this application. The removal of the stand enables the full range of summer sports and recreation there. The application is contrary to planning policies, and the stand is a visual eyesore and has no function over the summer. And then in support, we received 5 representations. The main points made there is that the dismantling of the stand causes a huge amount of hassle and disruption due to the large vehicles going to the site. The rugby ground is an integral part of the city. And until the application for the permanent stadium is decided, the disruption and environmental costs caused by removing and reconstructing the stand for such a short window outweighs the benefit. And finally, the leaving the stand up does not have an impact on traffic or residents' enjoyment of the green areas around the stand. So obviously a contrast in views there. So turning to the planning merits, and just to start off, just to clarify, because I'm sure the committee will be aware that the site has been the subject of a lot of kind of legal issues with regards to the land and whether restrictive covenants are enforceable or not. And I'm sure, as you've been advised many times before, just repeating it, these are property law issues. They're not material to the planning application before you. The most recent judgment was at the Court of Appeal in 2021. It found in favour of the club and Bath Recreation Limited. But either way, it's not material to the decision you're making this afternoon. So the application, when it comes down to it, requires a very focused assessment. Would the harm caused by the retention of the East Stand over the summer outweigh the public benefits? As set out in the report, the harm to heritage assets and landscape previously assessed by a number of reports that have been brought to planning committees in the past have found that the harm caused by the East Stand is less than substantial. It's there, but it's at that lower end of impact. And the view was, in granting permission for the temporary stand, that the harm was outweighed by the public benefits of the role that the stand plays in supporting the activity of the rugby club. Now, of course, the condition to remove the stand during the summer has existed for a long, long time. And in previous reports, you have been advised that the degree of harm is to some extent mitigated by the removal of the stand during the period between rugby seasons. Now, this year needs further examination, because in practice that means that period in time is around 9 to 10 weeks. Now, as the commencement of re-erecting the stand would be in August, but the dismantling period is now later than it would normally be. And this is because the club not only reached the playoff semi-finals at the end of the rugby season, but also did so in a way that meant that they had a home semi-final, and that took place on Saturday just gone, the 1st of June. So that 3-week window to dismantle the stand only commenced at the start of this week and will run to the 22nd or 23rd of June. So that window where the stand is required not to be there is shorter than it would normally be. And the key points that I'd ask the committee to bear in mind are that the club have made this specific request to retain the stand during the summer. Aside from the COVID year 2020, that specific request hasn't been made before. Of course, the issue of is the stand there throughout the year, or should it be taken down? Of course, that's been in everyone's minds and of the decision maker whenever you've considered an application. But this is a specific request that needs your determination today. In my opinion, the mitigation provided by this window where the stand isn't there is limited. It's a short period of time, and it's also at a point in time during the year when the natural screening of the site from some views is at its best. Also, there is set out in the report, there is limited value in the land being returned to public use, because once the stand is removed, it's reseeded as required by the condition. And of course, in order to ensure that that is successful as possible, that's fenced off from public access in order to enable the the re-establishment of grass to be successful, only to be replaced then by the stand prior to the start of the rugby season. So I would say that mitigation, whilst it is there and you can give that weight, it's limited value. And then finally, the whole activity of dismantling the stand, taking it away, bringing it back, re-erecting it, that could be seen as an unnecessary use of resource. There are associated carbon emissions involved with that in terms of that whole activity. Now, I just want to turn to some updates that I need to give you. First of all, turning to the update report, I'd just like to confirm that in addition to the published main report, Councillor Amanda Rigby had also requested that the committee consider this application. So that's set out in the update report, and I do apologise to Councillor Rigby that that wasn't set out in the main report. Also, Bath Recreation Limited have submitted a letter of support for the proposals, the points of which are set out in the update report, so I won't repeat them here. And then after the publication of the update report, which, as you know, was on Monday, later on that day, I did receive a further representation from the Pulteney Estate Residents Association on the following points. The Council have considered this issue before on many occasions when deciding to impose the condition. That's correct, as said before. That's always been in the minds of the decision maker, but this is I think the second time it's been specifically requested to be varied and removed. Secondly, that there has been inadequate consultation with Historic England and the Council's conservation team. Consultation with Historic England as a statutory consultee is discretionary in terms of a variation of condition, so it's not something that we had to do. And also, definitely discretionary is whether we consult our own conservation team. And in terms of officers looking at the application, sort of well versed in assessing the impact of the development on those heritage assets. Then the third point was challenging really the weight or the view in the report as to the weight to be given to the pending application for the permanent stadium. Now, looking back at that, the report does say until the decision is made on the permanent stadium, it cannot be given significant weight. Now, I would clarify that further by saying that obviously the application's in, you need to be aware of it, but until it's determined, it isn't something that should be given significant weight. So therefore, I would advise that you give it very little or nil weight, but you still need to take it into account. Then fourthly, reference to the usability of the space created by the removal of the stand. I've already talked about that in terms of what happens to that piece of land. And then on planning balance, the representation challenges that if the public benefits did outweigh the harm over the summer, then the condition couldn't have been required. But as set out in the report, the condition has not previously been challenged at all. It could have been appealed, it hasn't been. This is the second request that's been made to vary it. And then also that the rugby club is a private commercial interest and should be given no weight. Now, yes, the rugby club is a private interest, but members will have their own views in terms of the contribution that the club provides to the city and the wider area in terms of its activities. And then finally, the point is made that the change in position of the officer assessment and the consultation issues referred to mean that the application should be withdrawn from the agenda. Now, we looked at this very carefully when this point was made, and for the reasons given, it's perfectly proper that the committee can make a decision on the application today. So finally, turning to the recommendation, having weighed up all the issues, is that the request should be permitted for the reasons outlined in the report. As a result of this, if this were to happen, the permission overall would still expire in May next year. And condition 2 would read as follows. So the full text is there on the screen and also within the report. Essentially, the thing that would change would be, of course, the reference to the exception of this summer for the dismantling and the re-erection of the stand. So that's the end of my presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very thorough and comprehensive presentation there. We have a number of speakers. We've got two people objecting, 3 people supporting, and Councillor Rigby wishes to speak as well. We're at 12:30 now. We'll need to adjourn to have a bit of a break later on, and we've also got to ask questions and debate the application as well, so can I be quite strict to ask both of you to share the 3 minutes between you? Is that okay? So first of all, could I ask Cerys Humphreys to come along? Thank you. Okay, Cerys, are you able to address us? Thank you.
The Planning Committee has a duty to make their decision on planning grounds without fear or favour. The planning grounds require refusal. It's very unusual not to have conservation advice on this sort of case. It's particularly surprising given that the reason for the condition sought to be varied explicitly relates to the protection of the conservation area and World Heritage Site and the setting of listed buildings. The committee has been asked time and time again to vary this condition, which has been present in similar form for years because the harm to the WHS outweighs the benefit. This reflects the fact that the structure's poor quality and incongruous in the WHS setting. If Bath Rugby thought the condition wasn't justified, why did they not appeal at the time? Nothing material's changed. There's been no problem with activities happening on the outfield in the past, and there's no reason to think that it's different this year. The officer did make something of the different timing this year, but there are plenty of precedents for playing elsewhere. For example, in January 2023, at very short notice, a match was transferred to Gloucester due to the ground being unplayable. Allowing the application would remove the public benefit to thousands of summer visitors. The committee must resist invitations to stray into matters that are not planning considerations. The condition is clearly stated and has been repeatedly justified and reasoned. The application should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was spot on, 90 seconds. Thank you for that. Steve Osgood.
Chairman, good morning. The statement by the Friends of the Recreation Ground Bath has 4 principal reasons for contesting your case officer's recommendation. 4. 1. Policy SB2, against which this application is scrutinised, is even yet subject to the resolution of unique legal issues arising from the terms of the 1956 conveyance, for which this council is still guarantor. These being that the rec would not be used otherwise than as an open space, would not favour any particular sport, club or body, and the agreement is in perpetuity. In 2002, this agreement was recognised by the High Court decision 1623. Point 2. Bath Recreation Limited holds the rec, I quote, as public trustee in trust for the benefit of the public at large. It is not effectively an owner. The East Stand is a private commercial facility for the benefit of a narrow group of customers for a single sport.
We're short of time. Could you maybe stick to the planning issues rather than the other matters?
As such, it contradicts the objects of the trust. It is not offered for use, nor has been used as an amenity for the public at large. Point 3. ICOMOS, the highest authority on World Heritage active for UNESCO, has objected to the stadium on the rec. Its grounds apply equally to the present temporary installations. Any slight on Bath's World Heritage status has wide repercussions, not in the least on Bath's Spa Towns of Europe agreement. And 4, the proposal to make the East Stand a permanent feature of Bath's townscape is a change of use, which is a function of the local plan. Your consent will establish a precedent on previous concessions for temporary use. a policy for which this council has been consistent.
Okay, thank you for that.
I therefore request a motion for deferment.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. I did go over slightly there, but I'll offer the supporters extra minute as well. So if I could ask, we've got Tim Bird and John Flynn, and Tarquin MacDonald, if you want to come along. Okay, obviously, because I allowed Mr. Osgood to go slightly over time there, I'll give you 4 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Chair, members of the committee, I'm Tarquin MacDonald, Chief Executive of Bath Rugby, and I'd just like to firstly apologise for the lateness of this application submission, which shouldn't have happened, and for that I'm sorry. We fully appreciate the Council and its officers for getting us to this committee today. This application is about using the East Stand to facilitate and support significant community activities throughout the summer.
Thank you, Tarquin. As you've heard, Condition 2 of the temporary planning permission for the East Stand results in the land being clear of structures for just a few weeks a year. And even then, the land beneath it cannot be used and it is fenced off to allow the grass to regrow. Condition 2 states that if the stand is not being used, it should be removed. The public benefits relating to its existence for the rest of the year, which are considered to be both economic and social benefits relating to its use by the rugby club, are therefore not relevant. However, this summer, the East Stand is proposed to be actively used to support a range of community and club uses, bringing a range of economic and social public benefits that justify its retention, as your officers acknowledge. A Bath Rugby Foundation Summer Scrum community engagement event is proposed, which involves hundreds of children with a mix of needs undertaking various sport and enrichment activities. Bath Carnival wishes to use the East Stand facilities, as do both of the universities, who will hold graduation events in marquees on the outfield. There are also environmental benefits in terms of removing the significant construction traffic movements and noise that occur during the construction phases. This summer, the public benefits of its retention do outweigh the identified less than substantial harm to heritage assets. Finally, your update report refers to a supportive letter from Bath Recreation Limited, and I'll pass over to John Flynn now.
Thanks, Tim, Chairman. As you've said, we fully support this application. The 6 weeks of the D-rig and the re-rig of the East Stand falls in the very time period when the community events could take place. We also intend to use the East Stand to support a number of ongoing pop-up activities, including a range of children's summer camps and activities led by our partners, including Bath City Foundation, Sporting Sensations, the Glasshouse Academy and others, which would require the East Stand to provide storage, toilets and refreshments to support them.
Thank you for your time, and we hope that you can support your officer's recommendation of approval for the benefit of a wide range of community uses this summer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, can I ask Councillor Rigby to come to the table?
Thank you, Chair. And can I thank the officer for his apology in the update report. I had submitted my request to come to committee and chased a further twice alongside my comments to go onto the portal, which unfortunately did not happen. I'm also feeling a bit Groundhog Day, a bit déjà vu. It's absolutely indisputable that when the temporary planning application was given to all the stands, the permission was subject to conditions, and the officer very clearly laid out what those were. For many years, these conditions were successfully adhered to. I do take issue with the applicant saying one of the reasons they don't want to stick to the condition 2 that you, the planning committee, have consistently insisted on is that they are thinking of the residents and that this work disturbs them. Quite the contrary. Parties are held on the day the stand gets removed, when the long hidden view of Bathwick Hill and Fields returns to view, and the outstanding universal value of our World Heritage listing to do with seeing the setting of Bath is restored. In the first COVID year, an application was made to not stick to the agreement because it was too difficult to find people who could safely do the work. This absolutely sounded like an extraordinary circumstance, and indeed the world was extraordinary then, and permission was granted on a strictly one-off basis given these extraordinary circumstances. It was a little bit galling over the summer to see that construction work was carried out on other parts of the stadium, one presumes safely and in accordance with prevailing guidance, but the construction work mandated by the condition was apparently too unsafe to do. Either I have started hallucinating, which I don't believe is the case, or I believe there was, contrary to what the officer said, another application that came in last year, in January, if my memory serves me well, again to keep the stand up. The extraordinary circumstance this time round was that the permanent application was about to be submitted so that the gun could be jumped. To me, this felt slightly more tangential, but as we were assured that this was definitely a one-off, although I spoke against, I understand why permission was granted. Now, to what you have in front of you now. There are no COVID restrictions in place, and the permanent application has not been heard. It was good to hear the applicants acknowledge that the timing of this application is also incredibly unfortunate. What are you to do? None of the reasons why this stand should be taken down have changed. In fact, you could argue that with our second listing, they have been strengthened. I see in the officer's report that their recommendation is based on a balance of the public good outweighing any detriment, and with respect, I could not disagree more. Looking through the document, any debate about the public good of having a stadium there and hosting Bath rugby matches is entirely for another time. What you are looking at today is whether or not we should be able to vary the condition whereby the stand comes down in the rugby season summer break. This is a completely different ask. It is possible to find the justifications that this would provide storage and toilet facilities for things such as Bath Carnival. But for years, it has always been the case that temporary facilities were provided, as happens with many festivals and carnivals up and down the country. And as the event was booked a long time ago, you'd have to hope that there wasn't an assumption being made that the condition which you have completely relied on again and again to remove the stand was going to be ignored. And that, to me, is what this boils down to. Arguments about covenants, legality, design of new stadium, etc., as the officer so rightly pointed out, are for another day. The decision to insist that the stand came down every year was made on good, solid planning grounds. They have not changed. In fact, on both the previous applications to ignore this condition, much was made of the fact there were exceptional circumstances, meaning the condition should be waived for a year. What exceptional circumstances are there this year? So I see no public good from this, and it flies in the face of all previous decisions. I think I know planning well enough to know you look at each application on its merits separately, but you're not looking at a full application. If you were, you would have the benefit of a lot more statutory consultee input. You're looking at varying a condition on existing permission. In your position, I would think that previous committees had all insisted on this for very solid reasons around heritage, the temporary nature of the permissions, protecting the green space, etc. This is not the time to debate the permanent application. I don't often have the pleasure of appearing at this committee, and I'd hope that with you I have a reputation of trying to concentrate on planning matters and acknowledging the need on this committee to balance sometimes competing planning policy. On this, I feel no such ambiguity. The current East Stand is only permitted because it gets taken down for a certain period throughout the year. I'm sorry, Chair, I will close now. I urge you to reject this application. I understand were you to do so, there may be a debate about the efficacy of enforcement, but again, that is not your concern right now. Please look at the planning policies that are in place and reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, We'll move on to questions, and Councillor Simon got my eye first of all. So if you'd like to ask Gary any questions.
Thank you. I gave Gary notice of some questions, and I understand that he's had information from the applicants about them. Some of them I think will have been already dealt with, but the one that I wanted to press was how many vehicle movements will this de-rig and then rigging involve, and what are the carbon implications of those vehicle movements?
Yes, Chair, and thank you again to Councillor Simon for forewarning of what quite a technical question. So, yes, I asked for information around this, and the answer I've been given, that this relates to work that had been done previously by the applicants, who'll know this process very well, is that the total number of vehicle movements to carry out the activities to de-rig and then re-erect the stand are around 200, of which 134 are 44-ton HGVs, given obviously the activities that need to take place to actually remove the structure from the site and then bring it back again. And then in terms of carbon, obviously this is a position advised by the applicant, so we've not verified this, but it's still something that you should hear, and it's essentially 2.5 tons of carbon associated with all the activities of taking the stand down, taking it away, bringing it back, and then re-erecting it.
Can I just check? The figure is 2.5. I thought from the text you said 2486 kilograms. Yes. Yep. Okay.
So I rounded it up to tons, or yeah, 2,500 kilograms or 2.5 tons.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a couple of questions. I guess my first question is what's actually changed and why this year? So are we saying that the public benefits that were originally the reason for doing this, are we saying those public benefits no longer exist, or are we saying they never existed in the first place? And then what are the benefits of public benefits of leaving it up if the public have no access to the lands? Where are the public benefits for leaving it up?
Yes, so in terms of the what's changed, the reasons behind the application, beyond the letter of support that the applicant submitted with the application, that's that's for the applicant's that's the applicant's decision really. It's it is always open for an applicant who has conditions on a planning permission to request variations. The variations you've seen time and time again is to extend the life of the temporary permission. This one is very specific, and it's to not to have to dismantle the stand during this summer. That has been obviously granted before, but obviously under very different and significant circumstances. The applicants made a number of kind of points in support of the request. Some of which they're all debated in the report. Some of which are I haven't agreed with. Some of which I do see the merits in. Hence the recommendation to approve. So it's as per my sort of one of my last slides really. It's the that. Look, you're being asked to give a kind of to reassess the balance between the harm and the public benefits, and I think the harm of retaining the stand is limited because it's a short period of time, or certainly this year it's a much shorter period of time. Also, as elaborated by the applicants, and I can agree with this, there is some limited value in terms of usability of the land that would be freed up by the removal of the stand. It's not essentially usable. There would be benefits in terms of the setting of the wreck and obviously views back to the Abbey and other heritage assets as well. And there's also, the point to be made in terms of the resource and the carbon emissions that would be kind of used in kind of carrying out the removal of the stand and then bringing it back again. So it is a kind of a balanced view. So that's kind of the reasons behind those public benefits. And sorry, I've forgot the second part of your question.
That's fine. Well, I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand what the public benefits are. We heard from the speakers that there's a wide range of public benefits from leaving the stand up. I'm really just trying to get my head around what those benefits are.
Yeah, sorry. So certainly the applicants have expressed the benefits of retaining the stand where it is because of the inbuilt refreshments and toilets that are there, and that could be utilised by other activities at the rec. And I've clarified that the actual playing field would obviously still not be accessible to the public. I wasn't surprised to have that confirmed to me, because at the end of the day it's a top-level sporting pitch. That there are issues around it in terms of the high water table. It needs kind of putting right in time for the start of the season, which takes time. So therefore, public access isn't available. So we're talking about the remainder of the rec. And as officers, when we're debating, the balance of this, really, points were made to me in terms of, well, the other uses that are talked about and that you've heard more about today, in terms of the rec will be put to, and therefore would benefit from the toilets and refreshments facilities that are already there, that you don't need the whole East Stand in order to provide that. And that's very true, but equally, you'd have to weigh up what is the real benefit of taking the whole thing away and bringing back to the site toilets, refreshment facilities, and so on. So I think that has to be weighed in the balance as well. So there are some limited public benefits of retaining the toilets and the refreshment facilities that are inbuilt into the stand, but the stand itself won't be used during the summer.
Thank you. You got one more question?
Sorry, just wanted to clarify a point. So, in the 9-10 week period that we're talking about, how often will the toilets and the refreshment facilities be actually open?
I don't know for sure, but I think there is quite a kind of a big programme of events at the rec. So I think they will be available frequently during the summer, but obviously specific to the events that are being hosted by Bath Recreation Limited.
Councillor Jackson.
Well, like Councillor Hughes, I'm struggling because I think we have to be, is it not the case that what the applicant is really after is saving money? It's not a question of low carbon or reducing carbon footprint. If this stand remains up, they will not have to pay the people who dismantle it, who will, of course, be deprived of what might be a very important job for them. If the cafe and the toilets are open, there will presumably be some kind of income generated. And I think this ought to be acknowledged. And, well, I don't know. The officer presumably has got some comment, because I think Councillor Hughes is correct. We need to be clear what the balance of benefits are. And so perhaps the officer might like to explain what the financial value of this exercise might be.
Sorry, I didn't catch the specific question.
The specific question is this not a money-saving exercise?
Well, I'd start off by saying it's inevitable that not taking the stand down, taking it away, bringing it back again will save the applicants money. That hasn't been put forward as an argument for the application. That hasn't been quantified at all or asked for us to be considered. Inevitably, there would be a saving in not doing that, but the applicant has made other points in terms of seeking to justify the variation of the condition, and certainly the report before you from myself sets it out in planning terms, doesn't refer to the financial implications of that, and nor should it either. And I would say, yes, it is absolutely a balance between public benefits and harm and it is, you know, it can be seen as finely balanced, and it is an individual view that the committee members will have.
Thank you. Councillor Gawley, do you have a question?
I think mine's more of a debating point, so maybe I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, can I just be clear? I'm understanding that the reasons are more around convenience and one is a short period. I just want to be clear what is 9 to 10 weeks, what the difference in the period is compared to usual this week by the change in the match times. So how many weeks is it normally taken away for, and how many weeks would it be taken away for this time? Because the shortness of the period is one of the reasons. I just want to be clear on the difference.
Yes, so I think in the normal course of events, it's 13 weeks where the land is free from the stand, hence the 39 referred to in the condition. But as I mentioned, there's this, and that's the normal course of events, but there's also the flexibility written into the condition about tailoring that window to clearly the end of what the rugby season actually is at the Rec and when it starts, and calculating the change is at the end of the season that's not yet finished, of course, but finished at the Rec as of Saturday just gone, the 1st of June, and that's because of the club reaching the playoffs, which one extended the season for them, but also extended the season in terms of the Rec because they qualified in a way in the top two, I believe, that enabled them to, or required them actually, to host a semi-final, and that's what's shortened the window for this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Is it the case that this stand has got the only toilets and cafe facility? Because I don't know what the capacity of the ground is, but it's hard. Is it considered sufficient?
No, to my knowledge, the stands and the refreshments are in the rugby season for just the ticket holders for that stand. I understand that if spectators have tickets for the other 3 stands, that there's toilets and refreshments inbuilt into those stands as well.
Thank you. I have a question relating to vehicle movements. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of vehicles coming onto and off the site. And am I right in thinking it uses the Leisure Centre car park? And how is the closure of North Parade Bridge affecting this?
Indeed, my understanding is that the Leisure Centre car park is the primary point of access for the whole activity, both for dismantling the stand, taking it away, bringing it back again and putting it back up again. And yes, certainly we all know North Parade Bridge is closed at the moment. I went along there this morning actually to absolutely be clear in my mind what the implications are. As vehicular access is still available to the Leisure Centre, of course, despite that closure. But of course, access and egress is only available via the A36 now from the one direction. So what one would assume that would be the route to and from the site for all the activities anyway. But the closure obviously has changed some of the traffic movements in the city for that period of closure.
Thank you. Have we got any more questions from anybody? Okay, we'll move to the debate. As Councillor Simon is the fellow ward member with Councillor Rigby, it's protocol that you get to speak first.
Yes, and I'm sorry I'm going to have to disagree with my fellow ward councillor. What I agree with her on is that this application has come in far too late. It should have been brought in with much more time for debate and analysis. That shows a disrespect for the planning process. I also agree that taking the stand down would open up views and would have benefits in terms of how the centre of Bath looks without the stand. It's not a thing of beauty, and taking it down would improve the view. But on the other hand, I think that a number of very powerful points have been made, both by the applicant and by the Bath Recreation Trust, who have the responsibility for the rec as a whole, and taking these advantages, these arguments. Firstly, the number of vehicle movements, 134 heavy goods vehicles. Well, they can't go over Cleveland Bridge now, so they've got to go out via the Warminster Road or go right round through the city and find their way to the Bristol Ring Road. The 134 HGV movements is a considerable disadvantage to this city. 2.5 tons of carbon saved. That's worth doing. I think the fact that this council has declared a climate emergency since the original imposition of this requirement to take the stand down is a material factor that we need to build in. The nature of the use of the rec has changed over the years. My understanding is that one of the arguments for taking it down in the summer was to allow county level cricket to be played on the rec, and that this is no longer the case, that Somerset don't come to Bath anymore to play county level cricket. So the argument for having a cricket size facility in the area is weaker. There's an events program being devised, and while it's true that there are toilet facilities, particularly in the West Stand, those wouldn't be conveniently available for people on the field. It's much easier to allow people on the current outfield to use East Stand facilities. And I think that the argument that, you can hire in Portaloos is not a very strong one. And I think we have to look at the realities. If this was de-rigged in accordance with the timetable, of the 9 to 10 weeks gap, 3 weeks will be de-rigging and 3 weeks will be erection. It allows only a few weeks or for the grass to grow and to be reinstated. The grass will grow and then be promptly covered over by the stand again. So it seems to me that the logic points pretty firmly to agreeing to the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of things to say, and then I'll refer to Councillor McPhee. The argument's been put forward that there's been no material change to the way the stadium functions and to justify retaining the stand over the summer. But one, I agree completely with Councillor Simon that this council has declared a climate emergency, and we're talking about so much carbon. It just seems bonkers to be taking down the stand, to reassemble it just for a few weeks. The issue about, obviously, the impact on heritage assets and the World Heritage Site and the conservation area. But there's an argument here to say, well, okay, it does create less than substantial harm to the setting, but of course then that is offset against the public interest. Now, the stadium is the beating heart of the city, and that was demonstrated last week at the semi-finals. So that is the public benefit of having the stadium. Obviously, because there was a home game last week, that has caused delay for when the stand can come down. But I'm in full support of the officer's recommendation here. Councillor McPhee?
Yes, I find myself in the same position listening to Councillor Simon. I think it's a very good point that he makes, that we have declared the climate emergency, and I think that changes, to me, how I approach this. 2.5 tons of that, so I will be supporting the motion.
Councillor Hughes, then Councillor Gawley. Or Councillor Gawley, if you want to go first then.
I find this somewhat disingenuous. I've been at many university graduations over the years, and they're planned years ahead. So I'm not quite sure why the rugby club or whoever is offering the full stadium when they thought at the time when this would have been planned that that stand would have been taken down. I can understand that there's been a delay. So I'm slightly concerned. I've also been to the parties in the city which have been on the rec when you haven't been able to have access to the east stand, or the west stand, sorry. So I still think that it's somewhat disingenuous that this programme of activities was planned thinking that that east stand would still be there. It would have been coming down had it not been for Bath doing so very well. And the other thing I would like to comment on is the fact that you don't actually have to take all of that scaffolding and those seats away. They could be stored on the wreck itself, so you don't need all of those lorries. So I have this feeling that this obviously should have come in before, and that there's been somewhat, as I say, slightly disingenuous thinking that we would grant permission for this to stay and for it to be in full use for the summer.
Well, we're not here to slap the wrists of the rugby club. We have to obviously consider the application on the merits that have been put forward. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I think, it seems to me that the public benefit of this section of the rec is relatively limited, regardless of whether the stand is up or down. Access by the public is limited to this section. So most of the public impact seems to me the visual impact side rather than access or use of that area. And I take on board all the comments the officer's made in his report about the disruption and the carbon footprint, and etc. So I guess the question is, do I feel on balance that the officer's assessment has come to the right conclusion? I suspect it probably has. So I'm inclined to support this application, but I wouldn't want it to prejudice a review in 2025 when the new application comes through. And I would hope, I know we can't condition it, but I'd hope that some of the significant savings that are made by not taking the stands could be spent on supporting sort of local grassroots sports. But that's my view on balance, yeah.
Yes. Of course, the stand and the stadium, it is harmful to the setting of the conservation area and the World Heritage Site. But is it for 8 months of the year, 9 months of the year, is it any more harmful in the winter and the autumn than it is in the summer? Yeah, I just feel that it doesn't need to go. I think it should stay. But Councillor Hodge.
So I'm very conflicted on this application and pretty frustrated it's come to us in this way at short notice. I have a lot of sympathy with the points made by Councillor Rigby, and that this temporary this condition was put in for reasons, and good reasons, and we declared a climate emergency 2019, 5 years ago. So for every one of those years, that reason stood up, apart from the exceptions made during COVID. So I'm kind of frustrated by this application, and it seems that the main justification is really for convenience, because of the shorter period and the use of less resources with associated cost, because of the situation of a shorter number of weeks. So I'm undecided on this, actually, and I will decide at the last minute.
All right, Councillor Jackson.
Concentration waning after 2.5 hours. Do we have a motion on the table? I understood, am I right in thinking that Councillor Simon was proposing that we accept the officer's recommendation?
Councillor Simon, did you...
And do we have a seconder?
I'd like to ask that.
And can we move to a vote, please?
If you're ready to move to vote, yes, absolutely. I think, I think we ought to, because it's 1:10 now. So who wants to be the to put forward the motion? Okay, so that's Councillor McPhee. To second, have we got anybody?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have a vote. Are you ready? Okay, so those in favour of permitting the application? And those against? Okay, so that motion's carried and the stand can remain. Okay, we'll adjourn until 2 o'clock. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back to the afternoon session of this Bath and North East Somerset Planning Committee. We've got quite a few items on the agenda, so we better make some headway. My name's Ian Halsall, Councillor Ian Halsall, I'm the Chair of the Planning Committee, and I'd like to introduce my colleagues on the table.
Hello, I'm Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
I'm Christopher Griggs-Trevathan. I'm a team manager in the development management team.
Hello, I'm Simon Elias in the legal team.
Thank you. We also have Isabel Deone, I think who's going to be spending most of the day with us, and also Dan Friel, who's our highway officer. Can I just remind everyone to switch off their phones and other electronic devices, just to double check. I will advise you that the meeting is being filmed. It's being broadcast via our website and will be on YouTube as well. If anybody is speaking but don't wish to appear on camera, if you could please let Ian, the operative in the corner, know, and then he'll make sure that you're not filmed. Okay, right, so we'll move swiftly on, excuse me, to the third application, and this is 26 to 28 Orchard Vale in Midsummer Norton, and this is linked, as will be explained, to a planning decision that Somerset Council made right on the border. So I'll invite Isabel to present the case.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as Councillor Halsall said, this is the application for the demolition of numbers 26 and 28 Orchard Vale and the development of 54 new homes with open space, landscaping and associated infrastructure. This is a cross-boundary application with Somerset Council. So this is the site location plan. Here on the on the left-hand side, this red part here is the area of the site that is within the Baines Authority boundary. The area in blue, so everything beyond this red line and then up to the blue line, is the site that's within Somerset's authority boundary. So as you can see, the Baines part of the site largely relates to the two dwellings on Orchard Vale and then some associated land just around here. And then I've included an aerial image. So the red line is the Baines Authority boundary. I've just included that just so it's clear. So the two dwellings to be demolished are down here, number 26 and number 28, and then the field is in Somerset. So I'm going to start with some site photographs just to give the committee that are unfamiliar with the area an idea of the context. So this is number 26 and 28 Orchard Vale, which are the two dwellings proposed to be demolished within Baines to facilitate the access to the site. These dwellings are owned by Curo. These properties here are further along Orchard Vale, just to give you an idea of the character. Then some photos of the area immediately surrounding the site. So the top left photo is taken looking north along Orchard Vale. The top right is further down Orchard Vale looking south. And then these are the dwellings that are proposed to be demolished just here. Then finally the image at the bottom is taken to the south of the site. So this is the community hall. The dwellings to be demolished just beyond this hedge, which isn't in the site boundary and is proposed to be retained. Then I've got some pictures of the site. So it is an open field. So the left view is looking west across the site towards Underhill Farm. You can just see it here. And then the right photo is looking south towards the existing flats, which are in Baines just here beyond the southern boundary of the site. And then this photo is looking across the site to the north, so these trees form part of Underhill Wood, which is in Somerset. And both of these photos are looking in an easterly direction, so you can see on this one here the rear elevations of the properties on Orchard Vale, which will overlook onto the site. And then finally, these are some photos roughly where the access is to be located. Obviously quite difficult to see because at the moment there is vegetation. So then we've got the existing elevations of 26 and 28, so they're a pair of semi-detached properties, as I said, owned by Curo. And then the floor plans, have got relatively similar floor plans, and both of them have 3 bedrooms. And then the proposed site layout. So I've included the whole site, which includes both the Somerset and Baines boundaries. So as members will have noted from the report, the 2 demolished units within Baines are being replaced with 1 dwelling in Baines and 1 dwelling in Somerset with affordable housing nomination rights to Baines. So these are shown with the pink dots and the arrows that have just appeared on the screen. Curo also proposing 2 additionality units, which would also have nomination rights to Baines. This is outlined in the report, but these are to be provided using grant funding and sit outside of a Section 106 agreement. And then finally, the ones in the blue circles are the affordable units within Somerset for Somerset. So so Curo are providing a policy compliant level of affordable housing to Somerset as well as the provision for Baines. So moving on to the proposed elevations and floor plans. So this is the dwelling that will sit sort of on the access within Baines. It's finished in render with some sort of buff brick detailing, which is consistent with sort of other dwellings on Orchard Vale, which are largely rendered. Then we've got the dwelling, which is in Somerset, but is proposed to have nomination rights to Baines. So this is in buff brick, which sort of follows the materials proposed in the rest of the site. And then some street scenes. So street scene AA is within the site looking south towards the community hall, which you can see just here. The dwelling here, finished in render, is the dwelling within Baines. And then just for context, I've included a couple of other street scenes within Somerset so you can kind of see the overall design of the scheme and how the materials sort of tie in with one another. And then the final plan I wanted to show you was the landscaping master plan. So you can see on the entrance here, which is in Baines, you've got the proposed dwelling. There is some soft landscaping proposed either side of the access. And there are also kind of new trees and landscaping within the wider site, although that's sort of out of Baines' gift because it's within Somerset. So as Councillor Halsall said, Somerset Council have recommended and their committee has decided to grant permission subject to a Section 106 agreement. This is all outlined in the officer report. So the Baines officer recommendation is to delegate to permit for the reasons outlined in the committee reports, subject to the conditions listed in the committee and update reports and the following planning obligations. So 1 affordable dwelling in Baines, 1 affordable dwelling in Somerset with nomination rights to Baines, a contribution for a traffic regulation order, a contribution towards bus stop enhancements, a contribution towards cycle infrastructure associated with the Somer Valley Enterprise Zone, a contribution for Route W05 of the West of England Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan, a contribution to off-site green space, and a contribution to targeted training and recruitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Izzy. We've got a number of speakers, and I'll call you in order. First of all, as is convention, if we've got a parish council member, we let them speak first. I understand there is no one here from Westfield Parish Council, but Councillor Jackson has got a statement to read out on their behalf. Yes, please, yeah.
Right. This is a statement from Westfield Parish Council. Westfield Parish Council debated the issues raised by border applications where Somerset gets the benefit of the housing development, but Midsomer Norton and Westfield residents have to deal with the traffic congestion. That's the Westfield councillors, have serious concerns about the implications of traffic congestion, especially around the routes to the A362 and the A37, as these are the routes taken by our residents to go to work. Other considerations, such as the impact on schooling and on medical facilities, are the responsibility of the developer of Somerset Council and the new estate residents if they choose to live there. Council agree with the Chair of the Council, Councillor Phil Wilkinson, that it is an unsustainable location.
Thank you very much. Could I call Deborah Plummer, who wishes to speak in objection to the proposal? Hi there. Okay, just let you get yourself set up. Are you a neighbour? Do you live on Orchard Vale? Yeah, just press the button.
Yeah, I live on Underhill Lane.
Underhill, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, members of the public get 3 minutes to speak, and obviously what I didn't do at the beginning, of course, was explain what the procedure is. I'm so sorry, I forgot that. Shall we just do that just for the avoidance of doubt, for everybody else's benefit?
Okay, so just clarify the arrangements for public speaking. So speakers will be called immediately after the case officers made their presentation, and the order is parish councils first. They have a total of 3 minutes. Objectors have a total of 3 minutes. Supporters have a total of 3 minutes. And if there's more than one objector or supporter, they share the 3 minutes between them. Ward councillors who are not on the committee may speak for up to 5 minutes. And speeches are timed by the traffic lights you see in front of me. They start off green, amber when there's 1 minute to go, and when 3 minutes have concluded, they will turn red.
Thank you. I'm newly appointed as chair, can you tell? Right, thank you. If you want to give your presentation.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I don't understand why this development is still being put forward when a judge has told Somerset Council to remove it from their local planning. Midsummer Norton is being surrounded with unwanted housing developments right on the border of Baines and Somerset. Why? When the council tax goes to Somerset, yet it is Baines infrastructure and services being used. I recently asked Curo if they would be improving local infrastructure. Their answer, no, that is the job of Baines. They then refused to have any further conversation with me when I asked how this development would benefit Midsummer Norton. Not very professional. At the Somerset planning meeting in November, when this was refused, Curo said they would contribute to local healthcare, i.e. Oak Hill Surgery. Yet they are saying all new residents would be accepted at Somerton House Surgery. As a patient of that surgery, I already know how stretched they are. I had major abdominal surgery and chemo in January. After I had to have daily dressings, the surgery could not accommodate those appointments, and I ended up going to an out-of-hours service or Porton Hospital. So if current patients can't get an appointment, how are new patients going to get in? Dentists are stretched in the area, and so are the local schools. By knocking these two houses down, you will be creating a road for children to cross when they currently have a safe route to take to school via pavement. Access leading to this site is a nightmare. Apparently, Curo are proposing to put double yellow lines through Orchard Vale. Where does Curo propose these owners of these vehicles park? There are also cars parked on the main road leading out of Orchard Vale. Visibility is not good. The proposed site is home to a lot of wildlife and the trees are protected by a TPO. Surely we should be protecting these kind of areas. If we need more housing in our area, then it is down to Baines to build within Baines, where the council tax will stay within Baines. I've lived in Midsummer Norton all my life. The small town is being destroyed by overdevelopment in the wrong areas by a neighbouring council who is cashing in and not improving our community. Baines, please listen to your residents and refuse this application that shouldn't even be submitted as the land has been removed by a High Court judge. Midsummer Norton has had enough of being suffocated by Somerset Council.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Could I call Peter Roberts, who's the applicant? Thank you. Okay, hi there. So yeah, you get 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Curo is a housing association that owns and manages nearly 14,000 homes in the local area. We provide homes for those who couldn't otherwise afford safe and secure housing. Despite best efforts, the number in need of housing is at an all-time high. As a registered provider of social housing and housing developer, we are committed to playing our part in addressing this crisis. That is the reason we build homes like the scheme before you today. It's important to say that we are a not-for-profit organisation. Any profit we make from development is reinvested in the delivery of new affordable homes or in improvements to our existing housing stock, the vast majority of which is in Baines. We recognise that some residents have expressed concerns regarding our proposals, but the scheme has been considered in detail by professional officers and found to be acceptable. Specifically, in respect of traffic, highways officers have confirmed that the level of traffic generated would not present issues on local roads. And modelling shows that even at peak times, the development would only result in one extra car every 1 to 1.5 minutes, and far less for the rest of the day. Some residents have raised concerns regarding that the development would increase strain on existing services in Baines, when residents would be paying council tax to Somerset. However, the majority of funding for services that residents would access, such as doctors, comes from central government and not council tax. An increase in population would therefore attract additional funding as a result of the development. Furthermore, residents would fall in the catchment of the Summer Valley Medical Group, which operates cross-boundary, so Baines residents wouldn't be unduly impacted. The development will deliver benefits to Baines residents. It will make financial contributions of over £30,000 to Baines, with over £200,000 directed towards improvements to local walking, cycling and infrastructure, and bus stop enhancements in Midsummer Norton, and more than £132,000 for improvements to the Green Acres open space adjacent to the site. This comes in addition to the replacement of homes to be demolished with new, bigger and more sustainable homes, as well as 2 additional 4-bedroom social rented family homes on the site, which are in acute need and would be provided to Baines residents. The development will also bring more investment, jobs and spending to support the long-term prosperity of Midsummer Norton. You'll be aware that officers refused our previous application. Your officer's report confirms that the grounds for refusing permission have now been overcome. Curo has submitted an appeal against the previous refusal, but I can confirm that we would be able to withdraw the appeal if the application you're considering today were to be granted. This is an opportunity to revisit that application without either Curo as a not-for-profit organisation or the council incurring significant expense.
Could I ask you to conclude now, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, okay. So as well as being on the board between Somerset Council and Baines, we have a boundary between Midsummer Norton North and Midsummer Norton Redfield. Councillor Sean Hughes is a member of the Planning Committee, but is decided not to take part in the consideration of the application because he wishes to speak on behalf of his local residents.
Okay, just to confirm, I've got 5 minutes, yeah? Okay, good, thank you. Okay, so first of all, let's be clear from the start. This development is not wanted or needed by Somerset Council, Baines Council, or any of the residents of Midsummer Norton. A High Court judge removed this site from Somerset's local plan, and subsequently Somerset confirmed this is no longer part of their plans. It will not be added to the revised local plan, and they will achieve the 505 homes that they need on our border without this development. Therefore, this quite simply, this is Curo trying to take advantage of Somerset Council's lack of a 5-year land supply. For this reason, Somerset Planning Committee were advised by their legal officer that they have no choice but to accept this application. Baines do have a 5-year land supply, so I'm not quite sure why officers are recommending approval. It's not really clear, particularly where Curo state that this is a duplicate application of the previously refused application. And Baines have consistently, for 2 years, opposed this application. The development doesn't impact on Somerset, it only impacts on Baines. Somerset's residents in this location is practically zero, it's probably a couple of cows and a dog, whereas it will heavily impact on Midsummer Norton residents and our already overstretched infrastructure. Council tax, this will be paid to Somerset Council, not to Midsummer Norton or to Baines Council. So there'll be no financial contribution towards our infrastructural services. Of the 54 houses that they're building, the social and affordable homes will not be there to support Baines or Midsummer Norton residents. They will go to residents of Somerset from places like Frome and Shepton Mallet. So they're not going to help with our social needs in Midsummer Norton. And as we've heard, they're going to demolish 2 social houses that already exist. Curo, as you've heard, and you'll see in the reports, are telling us that this development will be able to access local GPs at a surgery called Somerton House. So just be absolutely clear, our surgeries are already oversubscribed, and for the majority of residents, access to a GP other than for emergency appointments is impossible. They've also claimed that they've solved the issues to do with sustainability for school children. So children at senior level will have to attend the Wells Blue School, which means that they will have to do a 22-mile round trip on a daily basis to commute to school and back. That's clearly just not sustainable. They've suggested that they will pay a contribution towards some transport for a few years, but have made no offer to what would happen once that subsidy is erased. I would also point out that Curo's reports underestimates the amount of children that will be on this new estate if it were to happen. And they seem to be using numbers from the 2011 census. So clearly we can't really rely on the numbers that we're looking at. Another number we can't rely on is the claim from Curo that this development will create 167 new jobs. That's clearly not true. Those jobs will be temporary jobs that will be created by the construction process. It's not creating a single new job. So on the site itself, this field itself is a flood field. It floods every year. So there is a serious risk of flooding. There is some mitigation within the design for a retention bowl. But as we know, rainfall figures are increasing yearly. And we're not convinced that the retention bowl will future-proof the site. The road and access. The access is really awkward. It's an old estate where before car ownership was prevalent, and because of that, street parking and even pavement parking is a necessity. So the access into the site is very narrow, and bear in mind that the access route, there's a nursing home, there's children's play areas, there's all sorts of community facilities there. It just would be very dangerous. I appreciate that I'm going to run out of time in a minute, so I'm going to just mention the ecology. This site is rich in wildlife, including protected species of bat, deer, otters. The wooded area to the side, the entire woods is covered by a TPO and is also protected. So just in summary, clearly that there are so many negative complexities to this application. For Curo to be using a TRO to stop existing long-term residents from parking outside their homes is just one example how they're disregarding our community. In summary, this is not part of Baines' local plan. It's not part of Somerset's local plan. It's contrary to both the LPPU and the placemaking plan. The residents don't want it. Even a High Court judge removed it from the Mendit plan. We do not have the medical services, the schools, the infrastructure, the jobs to support this. and the destruction of such a rich natural habitat at a time when Baines have declared an ecological emergency is clearly inappropriate and unsustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you went over by 45 seconds, so I think we're going to have to throw you out now. Put you on the naughty step.
Sorry.
Okay, we have a second ward member who wishes to speak. Just to say, Councillor Hughes, I'm joking with him, but he will be leaving the chamber just in the interests of unduly influencing any members of the committee. So can I ask Councillor Orton to come to the table? Okay, to be fair to you, I can give you 5 minutes and 45 seconds as well.
Thank you. Over my first year as a ward councillor, it's been a steep learning curve about the planning and what considerations we need to think about when assessing a new application. Whichever way I look at this, it's clear to me that this application if this application is approved, the negative impact on the daily lives of residents in and around Orchard Vale, High Meadows, Underhill Lane and neighbouring roads will be significant and long-lasting. I attended 2 very well-supported meetings organised by Councillor Hughes at Orchard Vale and Welton Rovers, in which residents strongly expressed their objections to this application. The arguments were very well presented, but sadly the team from Curo were unable or unwilling to really deal or respond to the concerns that were raised. This was reflected in the fact that this current application is the same as the last application, which was rejected by both Baines and Somerset councils, an issue highlighted by the Vice Chair of the Planning Committee in his summing up for this particular meeting. These concerns have been articulated by the 144 objections submitted to Baines Council and through various conversations that I have had during this consultation period with residents living near the sites of the proposed new development. The objections are very clear and they've been highlighted already this morning. Baines will not benefit financially from the proposed development, with any council tax from new residents going to Somerset. I appreciate the new application has included possible S106 monies, but this will not compensate the significant upheaval this development will have on the local community. Curo stated 167 jobs will be created. There is no guarantee that these would be for local people, and the jobs would only be for the duration of the development. These are not long-term jobs and of no real benefit to the community in the long run to Midsummer Norton. Residents are very concerned about the impact on local amenities, including GP surgeries and dentists. Curo seemed confident that local services could manage this increase in demand, but I, like many I have spoken to, do not share this misplaced confidence. Surgeries might be taking new patients. Those registered locally will be familiar with the regular messages informing them that only urgent needs will be met. Waiting times to see local doctors are already stretched, so this development will be a nightmare to get the appointments we need and should expect from our local services. If the development proceeds, the additional vehicles will create even more delays in the area due to the narrow roads and the serious parking issues. Many residents do not have off-road parking and must leave their cars parked on the road. Curo has also talked of applying for a TRO to install new double yellow lines to be introduced at along Orchard Vale. If this went ahead, it would have a devastating impact on what is already a challenge for residents to park anywhere near their homes. This will adversely affect those with mobility issues, including our elderly and disabled neighbours. Building work and increased traffic will also impact on other amenities, including the local care home and Orchard Community Hall, all facilities used through the week by elderly residents for a range of important activities. Significantly increased pollution levels from lorry and car fumes would have a detrimental impact on children playing in the children's play park next to the proposed entrance to the building site, or while walking to Longleven and St John's Church of England primary schools. Residents are concerned about what will happen to the abundance of wildlife in the field where building will take place. Deers, foxes, rabbits and bird life who live and breed in these areas could be lost to the area forever. Flooding is already an issue, especially after heavy rains. Curo have offered to include a retention bowl as part of their proposed development, but it's very unclear who would maintain this and for how long. And concern has also been raised about the impact on local school numbers. Midsummer Norton schools, both primary and secondary, would struggle to accommodate a big influx of children, and Cura have offered to bus older children to Somerset schools, including the Blue School in Wells. This suggestion is ridiculous, as it isn't sustainable, and yet no long-term plan has been given. It is clear to me that the detriment caused if this development goes ahead far outweighs any perceived benefits. With such strong local opposition in Midsummer Norton to this development, and the fact that this application has been rejected by both local authorities in the past, I ask that members of the Planning Committee listen to these concerns and do the right thing by the people we represent and reject this application today.
Thank you, Councillor Alton. Right, at this stage, we basically invite members to ask questions of the case officer. So I'm seeing Councillor Jackson's hand up first.
I wondered if the case officer could expand a little on the benefits from the Section 106 agreement. It says that there's going to be a sum for bus stop enhancements. I was wondering which bus stops and where, given the lack of a bus service to this area. And I also wondered why there was going to be this large contribution to the cycle infrastructure to the Soma Valley enterprise, given the distance that that area is from this site. And I mapped it out myself on Friday. And finally, I think perhaps I ought to declare an interest. I'm fairly sure that Route W05 is the cycle track down to Westfield, and it's run out of money halfway. So, but again, you know, I don't quite get the principle of benefits so far from where these residents actually live.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So in terms of the bus stops, that's set out in the report, so that's Orchard Avenue and Pinewood Road. I did have a look this morning, and there are bus timetables for the 171, 172 and 376A, which are routes between Wells and Bath, Bristol to Bath and Bristol to Taunton. So that's the contribution to upgrade those bus stops. In terms of the contribution to the Svez cycleway, so as members will note, the officer report does conclude that the development is contrary to the Baines spatial strategy, mainly because policy SV1 talks about the imbalance between housing and jobs in the Soma Valley, and in this case, sort of the Midsummer Norton area. So the Soma Valley Enterprise Zone, as members will know, is obviously a key strategic employment site within the Soma Valley. And therefore a contribution has been sought for sustainable sort of cycle infrastructure related to that development to try and help the imbalance between jobs and housing in the area. I mean, we can only ask for contribution towards projects that we know that we are able to fund and are available to sort of are ongoing at the time of the application. So again, that reasoning is set out in the report, but that's just to expand on that a little bit further. And then I think you said about the W05 route, again, that's in the report. I'm just trying to find the area where that is exactly, but again, it's another sort of walking, cycling, sustainable transport route for active travel in the area, bringing new residents into the area that we feel would benefit from enhancement, and we can, you know, ask for a contribution for that pass the 3 tests for the SIL regulations.
Councillor Jackson.
Well, the 376A, as far as I'm aware, goes up and down the A37 between Bristol and Wells, and it's quite a distance from here. And my suggestion, respectfully, would be to subsidise the bus that used to run around this estate until 2014. So I wonder why that perhaps could not be investigated. My second question is this question of flooding. I thought I saw a swale on one of the photos towards the end of the field, and I wondered what means were going to be taken to preserve the swale or to enhance it, or what sort of drainage there would be there.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Just to confirm, the 367A goes between Bristol and Taunton. I did clarify that this morning when I had a look at the bus timetables. In terms of the flooding, I'll just turn to the relevant section of my report. Unfortunately, the screen is not letting me move the slide, so I can't go back to the map for you. But the drainage and flooding team for both authorities have obviously looked at the development. You will note that there was some concern from the LLFA for Baines about the surface water from Orchard Vale flowing into the proposed development, and that actually that could effectively skew the calculations for drainage sizing. But Somerset LLFA, the lead local flood authority, have also reviewed the application and haven't objected to the scheme. And there is a condition which requires the submission of a drainage strategy. So again, in terms of the management of the swale, that will be included in the discharge of condition application.
Thank you. Councillor Simon.
Thank you. I've got two questions. The first is about planning policy and the removal of this site from Somerset's, or originally Mendit's, development plan. And the use of the tilted balance. Does this mean that it's perfectly proper for Somerset to give permission despite its removal from the plan? And are they advertising it as a departure as we are?
Thank you. So yes, the application site, as people have said today, was previously allocated for housing in the Mendip local plan. This was successfully challenged as part of a judicial review and subsequently removed. There's nothing to stop a developer coming forward with an application for housing in a location that's not an allocation in a development plan. And the, excuse me, the officer report in Somerset does conclude that this is development in the open countryside and therefore is contrary to their spatial strategy. For Somerset, they don't have a 5-year land supply, and therefore paragraph 11 of the NPPF has engaged the tilted balance, which effectively says that there must be demonstrable harms to outweigh the benefits of providing housing, which need to be given significant weight. So Somerset committee debated this issue and concluded that they didn't think there were demonstrable harms to outweigh the benefits, and therefore have granted permission or subject to a departure. So they have advertised it as departure from the development plan. From Baines' perspective, we don't have to engage paragraph 11 because we do have a 5-year land supply. But as the report sets out, particularly in the planning balance section, officers have given significant weight to the fact that Somerset don't have a 5-year land supply. And this is an approach which has been taken by inspectors in other appeal decisions. So we think we're being consistent with those in our decision making. It's obviously for members to decide how they want to make that balance, but officers' advice is that should be given significant weight.
Thank you. My other question is about the TRO to install double yellow lines. I've tried to find it in the report, but how many parking spaces will be removed by the proposed double yellow line TRO? And I assume that's a TRO to be made by Baines rather than Somerset.
Yep, no problem. So the extent of the possible double yellow line is shown. I don't think Izzy's got a diagram. So there's a site access drawing plan that shows that. I'm just going to try to scale it on my plan that I've got in front of me. It's on the eastern side of the road, and there's no scale on the drawing, which is not helpful. But I'm going to estimate that it's probably extent of a double yellow line of approximately 50 metres long on the eastern side of the road.
Is that 50 metres?
50, yes.
50 metres to protect the entrance to the site?
Yeah, what that would do is stop cars parking on the opposite side of the site access, so you could use the full width of the road when turning, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hodge, did you wish to ask a question? No, okay, so Councillor Gawley then, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, that was helpful. Could you explain to me a little bit about the additionality in terms of the number of affordable homes that would be available for Baines residents? Because I understand that there's, we're losing 2, we're gaining 1 or 2, one in Baines, 1 in the estate. But what about the rest? Because part of the issue is about the detriment to Baines and not serving Midsummer Norton residents?
Thank you, yes. So as the housing is within Somerset, it's outside of the gift of Baines to secure affordable housing in another authority's boundary. So Curo are doing a 30% affordable housing, but this is for Somerset because the housing is within their boundary. In terms of the additionality, Curo are offering two additional dwellings proposed to be affordable, but they will be using or intending to use grant funding to provide those. Now, additionality is a process which does happen outside of the planning process. So obviously planning will secure affordable homes through a Section 106 agreement. But Homes England are quite clear that if affordable dwellings, generally, if they're in a Section 106 agreement, you can't use grant funding from them to deliver them on site. So there's a process called additionality, which sort of exists outside the planning system, where developers will use grant funding to provide more affordable homes on the site. So this has been discussed with our housing team. Somerset are also happy for these two dwellings to be offered as additionality. But officers, because we're not suggesting that they'll sit outside the Section 106 effectively, we're saying that the planning application itself can't really secure them through the legal agreement. So we've given them quite limited weight in the planning balance. Curo have suggested to me that they could draft a clause which could sit them inside the Section 106, but I think that then comes with the risk that Homes England may not give the funding because they be them within it. So from my professional judgment would be it's better for those to sit outside. They are shown on the plans, this one up here with the yellow dots at the yellow dots at the bottom. So I think there would be that obligation to deliver them. So that's the additionality. But yes, in short, the 30% affordable, for the rest of the homes are within Somerset and therefore would go to Somerset. It's very complicated, so I hope that made sense.
Okay, anybody else got any more questions? Councillor Jackson?
I was just wondering what was going to happen about allotments. Sorry to be obsessed about allotments, but Midsummer Norton is statistically, by national standards, under-allotmented. But if I understand rightly, these residents are not going to have any access to Midsummer Norton allotments anyway. What's going to happen there? That's what I'd like to know.
So again, it kind of sits outside of the gift of Baines because the main housing site is within Somerset. So Somerset apply their own standards in terms of the green space and allotment contribution. We have assessed it, and we've obviously come up with a figure that we think would be required for off-site green space provision. Given the number of residents and the impacts to Midsummer Norton. However, our parks team haven't raised that allotments are required and haven't asked for a Section 106 contribution towards allotments. That may be because they don't have any projects to put money towards, for example. So they haven't asked for it. They have on the basis of the number of residents. Therefore, officers haven't suggested a contribution.
You got a supplementary question?
Yeah, I mean, this is fair enough because the Baines allotments policy is still grinding its way through scrutiny, and I don't think it has come before council yet, so that's fair enough. Oh dear, now I've forgotten what the other question was.
Shall we come back to you?
Oh, brownfield. Do we not? You see, it's difficult for us to understand which planning policies apply and which don't because the whole thing's in Somerset. But I was wondering, I thought it was a national policy that brownfield sites should be developed before greenfield. Is that true, or is that just a local development policy we have?
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So yes, the NPPF does say, forgive me, I can't remember the paragraph number off the top of my head, but it does say that we should give significant weights to the reuse of brownfield development sites. However, there's nothing in it which would preclude this application coming forward as a greenfield site. Just to clarify, the site's not in the green belt, although it is a greenfield site.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge, and then Councillor Collins, and Councillor McPhee afterwards.
Thank you, Isabel. I just want to be clear on a couple of points. So in April 2024, the Baines consultation response was to object to this development in the knowledge of the lack of 5-year housing supply within Mendip, but because the view was it would worsen the imbalance between jobs and homes and the cumulative impacts on key infrastructure. So just to be clear, is the conclusion of the officers the same on these points? And then I just want to understand the appeal considerations. So understanding you come to a different conclusion because of the material consideration of the recent permission by Somerset Local Authority due to their lack of 5-year land supply, and that appeal that has weight. And I just wondered if you're able to elaborate at all about that appeal consideration. So I suppose it's 2 points, whether you still have the view about the imbalance on jobs and homes and the cumulative impact on the community, and then the appeal considerations.
Thank you, Councillor Hodge. So yes, there was an objection from Baines in April 2024, and this did obviously discuss the fact that the development was contrary to the Baines spatial strategy, which is exactly the same as the report here before members says today. So that view hasn't changed. Obviously, that objection was made before we had a decision from Somerset Council, and from memory, although I don't have it before me, the objection does obviously say that Somerset need to take their view on their own sort of 5-year land supply and their assessment. Again, the officer assessment, my assessment is that, yes, it's contrary to the spatial strategy, SV1. It would worsen the imbalance between jobs and housing. But on balance, I've considered that there are material considerations which would outweigh that and justify the departure. So that's the balance that members need to come to today. In terms of the appeal, so the appeal has been made against the decision of Somerset and Baines. So it is 2 separate appeals, but I believe the planning inspector are intending to host a joint hearing for those. Now, I'm not sure whether the developer intends to withdraw the appeal to Somerset, because obviously they have now recommended or granted permission subject to the 106, or whether it would still run jointly. I'm not quite sure of the procedure at this stage. The inspector would obviously have to take into account the decision made by Somerset on this application. It would be a material consideration. There were other reasons for refusal from Baines last time, such as lack of a Section 106 and a sustainable construction checklist issue. These have now been submitted, and there are heads of terms for a Section 106. So it would be my view that there may be discussion around those particular reasons for refusal being withdrawn. So in terms of the procedure, I'm not 100% sure in answer to your question. It would really be for the inspectorate to decide how they wanted to proceed with that appeal, and also whether Curo were going to withdraw the bit to Somerset or keep going with it all, or quite how they were going to deal with that situation if it came to it.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Just to quickly add something on that around the appeal. As has been set out in the case officer report, when looking at this, you should give some consideration to those factors that are occurring in Somerset, and not just rule them out because they're over an administrative boundary. Particularly because at an appeal, an inspector won't be sort of looking at it on a parochial sense. They will be saying, what are the benefits, what are the harms of this development? And so they will be looking at the benefits of that affordable housing being provided by Somerset, which will provide housing against their housing need, which they obviously don't have the same level as us. So just to clarify, that's how you have to approach this as an inspector would, and not just rule out things because they're across the boundary.
Thank you. Maiden question from Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to understand again how the situation is with this, where we did refuse because there are some policies that this would be against for Baines, but they're not against necessarily policies for Somerset. So you mentioned policy SCR 6, is it, or SCR 8? where I think the your report at page 135 says that the way in which Curo have dealt with that particular issue is they've made the dwelling on the Baines access part of the site compliant with our policy, but the dwellings outside of the Baines boundary will be compliant with the Somerset policy, not our policy, which is of a higher standard. Similarly, in relation to the buffer for the woodland, I'm a little bit confused by the bit around the ecologists who seem to agree, but the arborists don't. But again, there's a situation where our arborists say that they would have, the buffer is inadequate, but your report's saying to us that because Somerset arborists think this is okay, we have to accept it. So I'm just trying to understand, there are still some policies on our list that where this development wouldn't comply with Baines policies, but effectively we're having to give weight to the fact that Somerset have accepted it because their policies are different. Can you just confirm on those points specifically?
Yes, of course. So I'll start with SCR 6, which is obviously the sustainable construction policy. Obviously, the Baines dwelling, the one that's within the Baines boundary, is SCR 6 compliant. I think my report sort of sets out that obviously it would be preferable to Baines if the other dwelling within the Somerset boundary was also compliant with policy SCR 6. It's not offered to be compliant with that policy, but given that it's in the Somerset boundary, we don't really have the jurisdiction, I guess, to insist upon that. They have their own sustainability policies. So in that respect, I think it would be quite challenging to refuse it on that basis. In terms of the woodland buffer and the ecology, so there's sort of two separate issues really. The first is there's a veteran oak on the site around, I think it's around this location, around this location. And I believe that is within the Baines boundary. The council's arborist is concerned about this footpath here, which is within, I think it's within the 15-metre buffer, which is the guidance, the distance away from veteran trees. I think part of it is within 10 metres. There was a site meeting during the course of the previous application, which I think is referenced in the report, but the applicants proposed a no-dig methodology for the creation of the path. That could entail potentially placing kind of geotextiles or something like that down, but would mean that they weren't sort of digging out with machinery. So that's been accepted by the Somerset arborist, and I've taken the view that would be acceptable. In terms of the woodland at the top, again, it really is, it's very difficult with the ecology, and as our ecologists have sort of said in their comments and on the previous scheme, it's quite hard to separate out ecology that's in Baines and ecology that's in Somerset. I mean, protected species and other things, obviously don't know where the boundaries lie. So we've kind of assessed the whole site, but we have to remember that we have no control really over what Somerset say is acceptable in their boundary. So again, that's why I've concluded that, they're accepting that position, and therefore, we kind of have to accept that position as well, because it would be very difficult. We wouldn't be able to demand that Curo change that, given that Somerset have accepted it. In terms of sort of the policy SV1, I think that's different because that's sort of a spatial strategy policy that can be applied sort of more broadly. So it is quite difficult, but I would say that really we have direct control over what's in our boundary. We just have to account for everything else that's happening outside of it.
Time's moving on, and we need to get round to a debate and decide what we're going to do with this application. I'll just take one final question from Councillor McPhee.
So if we look 6 years down the line, we've spent all the S106 money, and we've got 54 homes living effectively in Midsummer Norton, spending the money in Midsummer Norton, and they're not getting the precept. So how do you respond to the point that that's unsustainable?
I mean, the Section 106 contributions that are being requested are considered to be proportionate to the development. I mean, the money would be spent on projects that are directly related, well, considered to be directly related and justifiable on the basis of the development. So in terms of Section 106 money running out as such, I probably wouldn't use that terminology, because the Section 106 money is not there to kind of almost fund this development. So I'm not fully sure kind of what your query is in that regard.
It's essentially, we've gone through, we've built 54 homes that the only access really is to go into Midsummer Norton, and they're not getting any of the precept.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of council tax, etc., that wouldn't be paid to Baines. I don't know if that's sort of what you're referring to, but they would be in Somerset, so their bins would have to be collected by Somerset and things like that. So in terms of the impact of Midsummer Norton infrastructure, all I can say is that we've asked for Section 106 contributions that we think are justifiable to outweigh the impacts of the scheme. I mean, my view is that, you know, those impacts won't necessarily have got any worse in 6-7 years' time. The money isn't sort of a running out issue. It's not a pot. It's going towards projects and things that are considered to mitigate the impacts of the scheme.
Yeah, the applicant did say that, particularly in terms of the health service, that will be centrally funded rather than through 106 payments. Right, we need to move on. This application before us, the bit within our boundary, we'd refuse. It is confirmed in the officer's report that it's a greenfield site and it's unsustainable. However, because of Somerset's lack of housing land supply, the NPPF takes precedence. So whilst it's contrary to Somerset's policy and our policy, the NPPF says because Somerset hasn't got their 5-year housing land supply, they can choose a site. It does feel that Baines are going to be carrying this development on its back. And, you know, I wonder if we were to refuse the application, it wouldn't unlock that land. Obviously, then there could be a challenge. Well, there already is an appeal anyway. But what do people think about the scheme? What are your views? Who wants to speak first? Councillor Warren.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry if this is a bit all over the place, but I've been taking notes as we've been going along, so it's going to be a little bit like that. I always try and look at the positives first. We are building some houses. Baines will benefit from 1, potentially 2 affordable units, but unfortunately we're going to lose 2 alternative units. Curo are a housing association. I think they've been a bit maligned. I think they're a good company. I've always worked well with them. And I think they provide a lot in the way of affordable housing in the area. However, I think this one they've got wrong, if I'm honest with you. And there are a few issues. These houses are for Somerset, and I get that we've got to help Somerset, the same as Somerset may help us. But it is an unsustainable location. Originally, this site was removed from the local plan by a High Court judge. I think that actually says a lot. This application was refused 3-4 months ago by Somerset. It was refused 3 or 4 months ago by Baines. I don't see it's any different from then. It's going to appeal. What happens in appeal, we don't know. I feel that Somerset, advised by the legal officer, told by the legal officer that this had to go through because they didn't have a 5-year land supply. And I believe we're getting the brunt of Somerset's inefficiencies. Moving on to the sustainability, it's not a sustainable location. Local schools, there isn't room. We're told that doctors do have room on the lists. However, call me a cynic, doctors get paid by the amount of people that are on the list. If you try and get an appointment, it's somewhat different. I think well, I don't think, I know you can't. You can get an emergency appointment only if you're lucky. Same with the dentists, we're short of dentists. This is not going to help. So the local schools, there aren't, so you'll have to go a long way away. You've also got an increase in traffic in the vicinity. It's already cramped. When you come out to the main road, you'll come down the hill to the roundabout, or sorry, to the bridge with the lights, and it's busy now. It's only going to get worse. The TRO goes 50 metres. This is a cramped neighbourhood anyway. You've got a lot of 3 and 4 bedroom houses that originally perhaps have 2 parking spaces, one in a garage, one maybe not. You've got the kids that have grown up a lot of these, and a lot of the time you go there. I know, I've been around this area a lot. There's not a lot of parking spaces. You go in the evening, there's not a lot of parking spaces along anywhere. So this TRO is definitely not going to help. Ecology, a certain amount of flooding. And I don't know enough about this, but there's been flood measures that have taken in place. So maybe the flooding could improve. I don't know. That's the one we'll have to see. However, you've got the woods there, and the woods are subject to a TPO, which is Tree Preservation Order. You've also got a lot of fauna in the woods. You've got otters, deer, etc., etc., etc. This is not going to help them with a new housing estate right by the side of it. What else? Yeah, sorry, the entrance and the egress. There's only one. It's adjacent to a nursing home, a play area, and a very busy community hall. It's not one of these community halls that they empty. It gets used. The kids use the play area a lot. How safe is that? It's certainly not going to help around there. The jobs, we mentioned about jobs. Yeah, great, there's jobs to build it, but are those jobs going to remain in midsummer and autumn afterwards? I don't think they will. So basically, in a nutshell, I mean, you know, to me, all this was refused 4 months ago. I don't see any change now why it should actually go through now. So I definitely won't be supporting this. Whether you want a motion yet, Chair, I don't know.
Well, we've just got a couple more questions
discuss it a bit more. I'm happy to listen to the discussion a bit more to see if it does change my mind and turn me around. But at the moment, I definitely won't be supporting this.
Okay, we've got a couple more questions, and we'll come back to you if, for a motion. Councillor Crossley. We are on the debate, yes. Are you? Yes. What's your views?
Sorry, I completely agree with what Tim just said. First of all, you know, I have to commend the officers who do all the work. They do a lot of hard work, and you know, they come to us with good advice. But sometimes we reach different conclusions from the conclusions the officer reads. And to me, that this is wrong on so many fronts. I think, you know, Somerset has said they don't want housing there. A judge has said it's not suitable for housing there. We have said it's not suitable for housing there. How many times do we have to say it's not suitable for housing there? And when you look at this scheme, it got one access point, one entry point for 54 houses. It's onto a busy road. It's next to a nursing home, I think was what Tim just said. And I think there are so many reasons why this is not a good... Can you bring the plan up again, please? And what about this poor person that's just been squeezed into a shoebox on the bottom there when we had 2 houses there? You know, you've got no gap between their living accommodation and the road, which is going to have 54 houses going in and out. There's, you know, where there's not enough social housing. We're short of social housing everywhere. This is a greenfield site, so it's not brownfield, and yet we're just not getting 30% social housing. And I know this is not in our patch, it's in a different patch, but I'm sure they've got quite high requirements for social. And again, as I said earlier, every time we get these developments, we are losing out on houses for people, families on the lowest income levels. So if we're going to be taking Greenbelt out, then we should be getting some gains. And as far as I can see, we're not getting any gains from this development. All we're getting is pain. And so when I'm quite happy to move a refusal if Tim didn't want to do it. But otherwise, I'll second his refusal.
It's okay, we'll come back to you in a second on that one. If we are going to go down the route of going against the officer's recommendation. We need to come up with reasons. So maybe could you have a little think about that and come up with a list between you? Councillor Hodge.
Hello, I agree with the two speakers in front of me, and I'm happy to second as well if no one else comes forward. But I think my policy reason is really SV1. I think it's contrary, this development is contrary to the overall aims of the Summer Valley Spatial Strategy. It was part of the LPPU to address the number of housing developments coming forward in an area where there is not employment. There's less and less employment. We're trying to address that with the Summer Valley enterprise zones, but we can't have more and more housing without employment to go with it, and a lot of commuting, and it's an unsustainable location, and I think for me that's the bottom line and the policy reason.
Okay, right, we'll take a vote shortly, but there's a few more people to speak, and then we'll come up with the list of reasons for refusal to help the officers out.
Chair, do you want a proposal first? Because we haven't got a proposal yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could do the proposal, but I think, do we want to take a vote, or do you want to say anything else? I think
Well, Chair, I'm perfectly happy. I think I'm next down to speak. I'm perfectly happy for Councillor Warren and Councillor Crossley to put a motion on the table,
right.
and then I'll say what I'm going to say in
okay,
somewhat theological
so
vein.
Councillor Warren has put forward a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite happy to propose that we overturn the opposite recommendation and refuse this application. The reasons I have at the moment are on lack of sustainability, damage to the local ecology, traffic issues, and I've got schools, dentists, doctors, etc., but I guess we can put that into the sustainability.
Councillor Crossley mentioned the amenity on that, at the entrance to the properties there. I mean, the other argument is it's a non-allocated site, it's contrary to policy, and the fact that Somerset haven't got a 5-year housing land supply, we do not feel that's a strong enough material consideration to support the officer's recommendation. Councillor Collins, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
I think Councillor Crossley wanted a second, is that right?
Yeah, so we've got a motion from Councillor Warren, seconded by Councillor Crossley. Just really want to be clear about the reasons. That's the only issue.
Well, this is where I wanted to throw in something. The apostles said, bear ye one another's burdens and so fulfill the law of Christ. But planning law is based on evidence and case history and national politics, and I don't really think that theology applies here, except that, and this is the point, if this were in the whole site were in Baines, I think we would reject it because it's contrary to policy, it's harmful to the ecology in a very sensitive area, and I'm sure we can put the policy numbers alongside that one. It's the access, I think, is deeply worrying, that the access is inadequate, and in a time of climate emergency, we shouldn't be demolishing houses unnecessarily, even if there will be a gain, which is a good question mark, because this is an unsustainable site and it's far from a bus stop. So I'll certainly be supporting this motion, because at the end of the day, if Somerset Planning Committee make a mistake, we should not be colluding in that. The fact that their policies are weaker than ours, and they've taught us a valuable lesson about why you should have an adopted local plan and the kind of policies that we've got, doesn't justify letting this application through. Two wrongs don't make a right, to put it very crudely.
If I could just,
those are my reasons.
Listen to Councillor Collins, and then we'll come to you, and we'll do a summary of what the reasons for refusal would be.
I would just like to say I agree with everything everybody has said, but there is one point that I think we should remember and we should note as a committee in making our decision, and that is that we have considered what the officers have said about the weight that has to be given to the fact that Somerset took a decision. We've thought about it, and in our view, the harms from our perspective outweigh that, but I think it's important that we should say that specifically.
I'm sure Somerset are listening. Okay, Chris.
Yes, thank you for that, Councillor Collins. I was going to make a clarification to that effect in any case, that those matters, the lack of a 5-year land supply in Somerset is a material consideration, and therefore it's something you should take account, so you shouldn't disregard it. Just on the list of reasons I've heard, before going through those, I think it's really important when we have, this is a resubmission application. You've heard we had a similar, almost identical application refused a few months ago, and that was refused for 4 specific reasons. The first being about the principle of development. This is set out in the officer's report. First being about the principle of development contrary to SV1 and the imbalance of jobs, which Councillor Hodge has mentioned. There was the loss of the housing stock, contrary to policy H5, because of the loss of 1 dwelling within our district. There was the failure to meet the sustainable construction standards, and then there was the lack of the Section 106 agreement. Now, I'm not going to fetter your discretion in your decision making today, but I'll just point out that if you add reasons beyond those 4 to your decision today, that could be seen as unreasonable behaviour by a planning inspector on appeal, because when we considered an application for almost identical scheme back then, we didn't feel that the ecology was unacceptable or that the traffic and access was unacceptable or any other of those matters. Furthermore, I'd say in terms of the Section 106 agreement, that's a sort of a technical reason, which is because we were refusing it, there wasn't a Section 106, but there obviously could be now, so I think that would probably fall away. Sustainable construction, they are now proposing to meet our standards in terms of sustainable construction, so I think, again, it would be difficult to support that one. In respect of the previous reasons for refusal, the principle of development one around contrary to SV1 and the spatial strategy DW1, and contributing towards the imbalance of employment and jobs and housing in the Somer Valley, that, as the debate I've heard, you're weighing those matters slightly differently to Somerset. That would be a reasonable reason you could put forward. And loss of the housing stock point, again, that you'd have to decide whether you wanted to continue that one, but as we heard from the officer, we've got nomination rights for one of the properties in Somerset, so in effect we're not losing any properties, we're net zero in that regard. So yeah, I just wanted to be clear on those reasons. I do think we would be vulnerable to costs for introducing things like ecology and traffic and access and residential amenity grounds as well. I think that was mentioned as well, and that wasn't previously a reason for refusal. So just in light of that advice, I'd wonder whether you might want to sort of tailor the list that's attached to that motion.
Thank you for the clarification there. Councillor Warren?
Yeah, thank you. So just a question on that. The fact you're saying we'd be subject or risk damages for things such as ecology. The fact that this didn't come to committee before, does that, because we may not have been happy with ecology before, if it had come, it didn't come as far as committee. So it wasn't actually our decision, then it was the officer's decision.
That's right, but the decision you make and the decision officers make are decisions of the council, and so they have given the same status, particularly in any appeal that would be considered. Obviously, that previous application was subject to the scheme of delegation that the council has agreed, so could have ended up at committee, but it didn't. It wasn't called because no one took issue with the reasons for refusal.
Right, Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Chair. Just on your point about, sorry, my glasses, Chris. On your point about policy H5, the officer's report says in this case that there are demonstrable social benefits from the social housing on the site, but policy H5 requires there to be demonstrable and substantial social benefits, which your report doesn't, in fact, say. So I wonder whether we could still maintain that as a reason if we don't think what's there is substantial, or whether I'm clutching at straws there.
That would be a judgment for the committee to make. So, you know, the policy is worded in that way that it allows the discretion and the judgment of how to weigh those things. Obviously, I believe officers come to the view that it is acceptable because of all the other factors going on, but that is in your gift to come to a different view.
Okay, so this motion that we need to decide on, we're refusing... Sorry, Councillor.
Before you move to the vote, I think I'm going to stick to my original impression, which is that the officer recommendation could be accepted. So I think I should record briefly my reasons for voting in the other direction. As far as I'm concerned, the key question for us is whether the loss of 2 existing council homes and their replacement by one of them in Somerset, one in Baines, together with nomination rights for an additional 2, that's the factor I give greatest weight to. And these will be upgrades. They will be more wheelchair friendly than the existing houses. They'll be built to M42 standards. I also can't give great weight to the... I know that all GP surgeries are overloaded. So wherever these people are in the country, they're going to be queuing up for GPs. And my final argument is that the whole area needs houses so badly that I wouldn't want to stand in the way of a decision taken by our colleagues in Somerset. That's my brief reasons for my...
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Warren, in terms of reasons for refusal, you're confirming that we should be refusing this on grounds of DW1 and SV1? Yep. Are there any other policies that we can apply? No? Okay. Right, we'll take the vote then. So, it's a recommendation to overturn the officers. Just one final point from Councillor Jackson.
Well, I just wanted to... I think we are the ones who are being consistent, and it's Somerset's second decision, which is the one that ought to be queried. But what has changed, possibly, is the fact that we as a committee have, some of us have been to the site and have had a good look and realised just how unsustainable it is. I mean, until I went there on Friday, I really hadn't grasped the difficulties. And the other thing is, of course, Curo do have brownfield sites that they haven't developed, although they've got planning consent. So I'm sure we should be upholding a policy of brownfield sites first.
Thank you. Okay.
So that's an additional fact which I haven't
thank you. Motion
really
to...
clicked until today.
Motion put forward by Councillor Warren to refuse planning permission, well, to go against the officer's recommendations, seconded by Councillor Crossley. All those in favour? Presumably one against? Yeah. Okay. So we've refused planning permission. Shall we have a 5-minute break, everybody? In fact, shall we have a 5-minute break? We'll resume in about a minute. Okay, let's resume. So move on to item 4, which is for the paddle tennis court up at Odd Down Sports Field. So Isabel, if you'd like to present the application to us.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this is for the erection of an extension to the existing pavilion building for paddle tennis courts and the replacement of the existing floodlights on the artificial pitch up at Odd Down Sports Ground, Chelwood Drive in Bath. Just a verbal update, the officer report references that a condition can be added to the decision notice, if permitted, to ensure an additional noise assessment is submitted prior to any mechanical plant machinery being installed. The applicant said there won't be any plant machinery, but just in case they wanted to come in the future, I've suggested the condition that's on the screen. I won't read it out, but essentially it requires the details of any plant machinery to be submitted to the local planning authority for approval prior to their installation with a noise assessment. Additionally, a little error in the report. I've quoted the World Health Organization with the quote which is on the screen. I missed out the word not, which is quite crucial, so I've underlined it and put it in bold. Just for clarity, the assessment that's taken place has had regard to the word not. It's just a typo in the report. So moving to the plan, so this is the site location plan for the site. The site is owned by Baines Council and leased to and operated by GLL. The site is outlined in red down here. And then the extent of the ownership is in blue all the way around. Just an aerial image. So this one did go for a pre-committee site visit, so some of you may remember, but you've got the car park just here. This is the existing pavilion building, the 3G artificial sports pitch, and then the BMX track that runs around the edge, and then the grass pitches are in the area in the middle. So this is the proposed site plan. So there are 3 elements to the scheme which are shown on this plan. The extension to the existing pavilion building here with the little outdoor gym area proposed just here. The floodlights, the existing pitch, they're these little black dots of the existing floodlights. The columns aren't proposed to be replaced. It's just the actual lights themselves. And then the paddle tennis courts are here in the hatched grey. There are some amendments to the car parking. So at the moment, this whole area down here is used for minibus and coach parking. It's proposed to change some of this to car parking and keep this kind of long oblong shape here as coach parking. So these are the existing plans and elevations for the pavilion building. And then we've got the proposed, so the extension is just here, set down from the roof of the existing pavilion. You can see it on the plan just here. And then the outdoor gym area will join onto that. So this is facing onto the sort of grass pitches. The materials proposed, I should just mention, are proposed to match the existing building, and there's a condition recommended to secure that. Then moving on to the paddle tennis courts. So for those not familiar with paddle tennis, it's essentially a hybrid of tennis and squash. It's played generally in doubles. The courts are about a third of the size of a full tennis court. I don't know the exact rules, but I know that you end up sort of hitting the ball off the sides and playing across a net. So the paddle tennis courts will be sort of in front of the existing 3G pitch between that and the car park just here on the plan. This plan here shows the inside, so you can see that there are 4 courts within the proposed structure. Then the elevation drawings. So the pavilion, this was questions on site, I believe, but the pavilion has a height of around 6.4 metres. The paddle tennis courts at the top of the canopy are around 9.7 metres. And then again, just some section drawings and further elevations. So some sort of images to try and help visualize what the scheme may look like. So on the left-hand side of the screen, we've got a 3D view of the proposed paddle tennis courts just here, and a CGI of them in situ down here, which I thought was quite useful just to see what they sort of might look like in practice. The two images on the right-hand side of the screen are just, again, to give you an idea of what it might look like and the appearance of the canopy. Just to note that this one at the bottom is a lot larger than the one proposed. The one proposed is not as wide as this, but again, just to kind of look at the appearance from above of the canopy form. Then again, we've got another 3D image and CGI from a different perspective. So you can see the paddle tennis here with the canopy, and it's quite open at this end. And then just the final element of the scheme is the lighting. So as existing, the 3G pitch is floodlit by 8 15-metre floodlighting columns. As I said before, the columns aren't proposed to be replaced, but the lights will be upgraded to LEDs. So I've included the light spill models of the existing. That's this one here, the red and the yellow and orange. And then the proposed, you can see that the proposed new lights will improve the level of light spill from the site. So the officer recommendation is delegate to permit, subject to the conditions in the committee report, and a planning obligation for a travel plan monitoring fee to be secured via a Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Izzy. We have two speakers. We have Rob Lucas, who is objecting to the proposal, and also Councillor Joel Hurst would like to speak. Hello there. Okay, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, hi, my name is Rob Lucas. I'm an architect and I represent the residents most affected by the proposed paddle courts. The development is a joint venture between Baines, who own the whole playing field site, and GLL, who operate the facilities on behalf of the council, although this is not made clear in the application. A public consultation was held in June 2022. At that time, only 2 uncovered paddle courts were shown in a much better location screened by the sports pavilion. The local community did not have an opportunity to comment on the current siting of the paddle court until the planning application was submitted in October 2023. Our main objection is to the size and proposed location of the paddle courts and the loss of amenity. The proposed building is 90 metres long and the height of a 3-storey building. It is sited on a strip of grass where last year 8 mature ash trees were felled. These trees provided natural screening to the 3G pitch. No replacement planting is proposed to screen Bloomfield Road from the paddle courts. The courts have been squeezed in here purely because the space has become available, and no consideration has been given to finding an alternative location for them on the site. I have put forward a proposal for a better location on the far side of the 3G pitch, which I presented to the head of Leisure Services. He accepted the merits of my scheme and has considered removing the paddle courts from the application, but has not done so due to the perceived constraints of the planning process. The siting of the paddle courts further away from the residential properties would overcome the concerns raised regarding noise and lighting disturbance, as well as improving its visual impact on Bloomfield Road. We also have concerns about the noise level. The revised noise impact statement relies on data from a paddle proposal in Dorset, which has only 2 courts, not 4, and quotes the average noise level of 52 decibels rather than the maximum noise level of 81 decibels. The objections to the scheme are from the closest residents, and the support comments come from paddle players. We do not object to the provision of paddle courts, just the proposed siting, so there is potential here to satisfy everyone. The committee report confirms that the proposed courts harm the setting of the conservation area and the listed tower house, and a better location would reduce this harm. We are not objecting to the gym and believe there may be an opportunity within this application process to revisit the siting of the paddle courts. We do not feel that this flawed application should be approved in its current form, when simply reciting the paddle courts could gain the support of the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Spot on 3 minutes there. Okay, Councillor Hurst. As a ward member, you get 5 minutes to speak.
Thanks very much. So I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Steve Hedges, the ward councillors for Odd Down. And while there's a lot of positives in the application about investment in the Odd Down playing sports ground, that we have concerns, and we're really pleased that we had the opportunity and the residents had the opportunity to present their concerns. And it boils down to the siting, so the exact positioning of those paddle court tennis courts. The visual and noise impact of the paddle courts is the key thing. And you could see in the papers that the Lawn Tennis Association has recommended that they should be sited more than 30 metres away. In this application, some of the houses are within 25 metres. So we're out with the recommendations of the industry standard about where they should be positioned. There's also an impact. We're right on the edge of the Bath Conservation Area, and there will be impact on that. In particular, my ward colleague Steve wanted to say that the paddle courts should be placed on the other side of the football pitches. He described the paddle courts as looking like an old-fashioned cowshed, and they will have significant impact visually, particularly for the residents across the road, but also the traffic that's moving, and further afield. It's going to have a massive impact visually on the site. And you'll have heard from the presentation that the height of the courts is 3 metres higher than the pavilion height at the moment on the site. So it will dominate that landscape. When you previously had considered an initial design, or planners had initially considered the design of Midford Manor next to Sainsbury's and Odd Down, the developers were told to go away and rethink because it was not in keeping with Odd Down. And there is nothing that you can say about the design of those paddle courts and the positioning of them, which is in keeping with Odd Down. So I would like you to just reflect carefully and encourage really asking the developer to go back away and think about reciting the courts in somewhere which is going to have less of an impact on the local community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurst. Any questions for Izzy, please? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Is it possible to put the 3D picture up? So I'm just looking at that top left picture, and it looks like there's a structure within a structure. Is that? Are we looking at the lower levels? Are we looking at glass? Is that is that what I'm looking at, or is that open?
Yeah, so the courts will have an oak, I think they're oak framed, obviously with some sort of metal on the inside to support the canopy. This is then overlaid by the canopy over the top and to the side. And then at the bottom, the game, as I've said, is obviously can be played against the side. So this is a toughened glass, essentially, panel, and then outside of this is a mesh panel that's around sort of 3 meters high. That's all sort of contained within the structure. Let me just go back to the elevations. There you go. So it is quite difficult to see. In fact, actually, the section is better. So you've got the glass, the toughened glass, and then the mesh panel, and then the frame with the canopy over the top.
Thank you. So so there are gaps. It's not like a watertight construction then. It's quite open.
Yeah, so the canopy will prevent water going in. I mean, I think that is part of the rationale behind the canopy, is so that the game can be played in wet weather. I think, again, because of the height of the glass panels, it should mean that the players can play in the wet. again, to do, you know, kind of to do with the viability of the scheme, or so the applicant has sort of put forward in their design and access statement. It's not a solid building. I mean, this end is open, so obviously if the wind is blowing the rain the wrong way, there may be some rain and water that gets into the site.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gawley.
I'm heading on the visit, but has the siting of the courts been considered elsewhere in the deliberations is one question. And the second question is, I was a bit confused by the question about the loudness of any mechanical structure, when obviously what's only causing the noise is the thumping against the glass and the shouting, which is going to be much more loud than mechanical ventilation.
Yeah, so I'll answer the first question about the siting of the courts. So the applicant has presented the scheme that's before officers with them in this location. I believe they have looked at popping the courts. I'm just going to move back to the site plan. There we go. At putting the courts on this side of the 3G pitch, which from having a look at their statement, they've spoken to Sport England. The grass pitches are obviously quite important in this location, and there's a buffer zone needed for sort of drainage runoff. The Rugby Football Union, I think it's 5 metres from memory, but I would have to go back and check the design and access statement of the technical note from the applicant. So they have considered them putting them that side, but they've decided for one reason or another to propose them in the location that's before members today. I would say that we have this application before us, so we need to assess the impacts of that location. I wouldn't say that it would be appropriate for us at this stage to start sort of suggesting to the applicant to redesign the scheme. If the courts were moved to that alternative location, there would obviously need to be a whole new set of plans and drawings in consultation, particularly with Sport England. And I would suspect, although obviously we don't know at this stage, that may cause objection from them because of the location of the grass pitches. So I would just caution committee on suggesting that the applicant should move the location through this application process and to consider the scheme before them. In terms of the noise assessment, so the noise assessment largely does cover the play of the game. It's just something that our environmental protection team raised, because I think in the start of the noise assessment there's a small paragraph which talks about mechanical plant, that this might be proposed and that a further noise assessment would be required. So I've just recommended a condition to ensure that if they did propose mechanical plants, so you know, any extraction fans or any ventilation or something like that that could cause noise nuisance, that they would need to further assess that before installing it.
Thank you. Councillor McPhee.
So you did have 8 ash trees there. They've been cut down, but was there any thought that this was an important part of the setup and that they should be replaced with 8 new trees?
So yes, the trees were cut down in 2022. I believe they were showing signs of ash dieback, but they were cut down before this application was submitted. However, the applicant has proposed some replacement tree planting. I don't have the plan here, but essentially for ecological reasons and for trees, they're proposing a nature trail around the site, which is secured by condition, and there are some trees proposed roughly where my cursor is as replacement tree planting. So the trees that were removed, to my knowledge, they're outside of the conservation area. They weren't protected trees. Our tree officer hasn't objected to their removal, and they are proposing replacement tree planting.
Second question.
Coming on, I have to come back to the noise, since I've actually had some experience of dealing with tennis near people's houses. I was very interested in the comment of Mr. Lucas that the maximum levels would be 70 to 80. So we could be dealing with something that is 30 over the allowable level, which seems far too high to me.
Is that a question?
Do you accept that those figures would mean that it would be trouble for the people within 25 metres?
So at the moment, sort of as the report sets out, there's not specific standards against which paddle tennis court noise assessments need to be undertaken. So generally, they seem to base their noise assessments on the grass pitch strategy and noise guidance set out by Sport England. There's obviously some guidance from the Lawn and Tennis Association as well, and then the World Health Organization set out their noise levels, which may cause annoyance and nuisance, etc. So the applicant has obviously, they've taken their ambient noise levels, they've assessed that in the usual way and actually assessed them at a time when the sports pavilion was quieter. So to my mind, the ambient noise levels are acceptable. In terms of trying to assess the likely noise levels from paddle tennis, obviously it's impossible to do that in that location because there's no paddle tennis court there at the moment. They can't go out and play and take the noise levels. So they've used the noise levels from a case in East Dorset, which, yes, they are different paddle tennis courts. They obviously are inside, there's less of them. But they've taken the average noise levels from those. They've also looked at evidence from clay pigeon shooting, where, because that's sort of the ball striking the side of the courts is almost an impulsive noise, so it's comparable to clay pigeon shooting. And the building research establishment, as set out in my report, concluded that noises below the mid-50s, there wasn't really significant evidence of annoyance at the site, whereas the mid to high 60s, that would cause annoyance. So the average levels that they've put forward are within the kind of mid-50s range. There will, of course, be instances, as there would be, to my mind, at the moment on the site, if the whole site was being played, multiple games of sport were being played at once. For example, the 3G pitch, where those noise levels could exceed that. To my mind, the noise assessment has taken into account the average noise, and I'm comfortable with that assessment, but obviously if committee want to come to a different view, they can, but I think it's important to obviously look at the evidence base behind that.
Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I've taken an interest and looked into a number of courts and applications around the country, and it does seem quite common to put in some mitigation in terms of an acoustic fence or an extra acoustic layer of glass. Could I just ask if there's any mitigation around these courts?
So no, there isn't. I'll just move the screen on a little bit. The noise assessment didn't show that any mitigation was required in this case, so I haven't requested it either.
So I just wanted to ask, because the Lawn Tennis Association guidance is, they have specific guidance on planning, the planning situation, which you've quoted in your report, says if a residential property is within 30 metres, and we do have properties within 30 metres, that sound attenuation mitigation will be required, as well as noise and light surveys as part of the planning application. So how did you come to your conclusion that mitigation wasn't necessary?
So I think it's based on a number of factors, and it is obviously going to be on a site-by-site basis. One site is not the same as another. I think in this case, the ambient noise levels are quite important, that they've taken those at a fairly quiet time during the site's use. So the baseline is relatively low, really, for the site usage. I think the way that they've taken the proposed measurements for the paddle tennis from another example does demonstrate that there's not really a significant increase in that noise level. That's not to say there won't be an impact. It will obviously create noise, but officers and the environmental protection team are satisfied with the conclusions, which didn't conclude that there was any mitigation needed. So without firm evidence, officers didn't feel that it was reasonable to go back and request that.
Thank you. I'm going to move us on. Do you want to ask one question before we do?
Sorry, Chair. Just one last question on the noise. The WHO guidelines that you showed us, and I'm just looking at the noise assessment report, talk about steady continuous noise. that shouldn't exceed 55 decibels, and then to protect the majority of people from being moderately annoyed during the daytime, the outdoor sound level should not exceed 50 decibels. It looks from reading that as if they're talking about steady, continuous noise. And presumably one of the issues with paddle is it's not necessarily steady, continuous noise. It's the sound, the explosive sound, I think you say in your report, like clay pigeons shooting of a ball hitting is going to be much higher than the sort of background noise of people chatting and shouting and enjoying themselves. So the noise assessment doesn't seem to look at the sort of peaks and trough effect of paddle tennis. I wonder whether you could explain that.
Yes, of course. Let me just load up the noise assessment. So yes, again, it's quite difficult. They've sort of based it on another paddle tennis court, which officers have accepted. There will be peaks and troughs, but as I say, without them actually having the paddle tennis courts on the site, it's quite difficult for them to confirm exactly when those peaks and troughs will be. I would say as well, we've talked about mitigation, but you will note that there are a number of conditions that officers have suggested, particularly around the hours of use of the site. They're quite restrictive, deliberately so as to ensure that there's not play going on in, I won't even say antisocial hours, because I think that they do almost go beyond that slightly, but to take account for the fact that there are residential properties within the 25 metres. So again, the evidence before officers has satisfied officers, but if the committee do want to come to a different conclusion on that, then that's up to the committee.
Thank you. One more, and then we'll look onto the debate.
Sorry about that. I just have one more question. The council ran the consultation. I'd just like to be clear what site they consulted residents on. We've been talking about alternative sites. Was it the site that, do you know where that is? Was it the site that you discussed next to the Astro?
So the local planning authority was not involved in those consultations. It's entirely separate to the local planning authority. So I want to make clear that this application is being obviously viewed objectively by the LPA. I don't know, I didn't look at that public consultation, I haven't seen it. I'm not sure whether they were proposed, or whether they didn't have a canopy or lesser courts, as others have said in their statements. So I can't confirm either way.
Thank you. I did a little bit of research myself into paddle tennis on YouTube, and it's quite a high intensity sport, and Izzy explained it extremely well. It is like a hybrid between tennis and squash. The significant difference from tennis is that you actually hit the vertical. It's not just going over a net, it is actually going on the side and behind you, so it is going to be banging against the sides. Obviously, we can't, first of all, whilst it's council-owned land, we have to look at this objectively. It doesn't matter whether the council own the land or not. And also, we do have to make a decision on the merits of the scheme before us. I don't have any issues with the extension or the lighting. I feel, given the location of the building, feel that it's too close to dwellings, and I think it will be harmful to amenity, despite the recommendations for the conditions that have been forward. I'm also quite concerned about the siting and the scale of the building and its height, given the fact that it's also in a conservation area. So those are my views. Anybody else got a view? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think it's not purely an issue of volume. It's the type, it's the resonance, it's the attenuation coming off the glass. It's a number of factors that cause irritation. A dripping tap can cause an irritation. It's not necessarily a loud noise. And I think we have to consider all aspects of this. It seems generally that within the market, even the manufacturers of these recommend sound insulation walls when it's anywhere near residential. And I don't think there's much soundproofing in a piece of 10mm glass. So, yeah, I think this is badly cited in terms of where it's in relation to the residential.
Councillor Councillor Simon, sorry.
I'm inclined to accept the officer's recommendation, if the professional assessment of our environmental health team on the noise question finds it's acceptable, I think the other factor that weighs with me is firstly that we noticed that there weren't any obviously habitable rooms in the property that is within the 25 to 30 metre band. It's got heavy stone walls with occasional windows, but they're not habitable room windows by their appearance. We've also got a 3G Muga multi-use games area immediately behind. And certainly I noticed a lot of noise from the boy kicking a ball against the wall of that Muga. And I suspect that the sound energy of a football against a Muga wall is greater than that of a paddle ball against another wall, but you know that's a guess. So I am inclined to accept the noise. We didn't think quite so much on the visit about the aesthetic, the appearance, but it is quite away from the houses on the other side of the road, and there are conditions about the materials. So I'm inclining to accept the officer's recommendation.
Councillor McPhee.
Yes, going back to the noise, I just think you do not set the limit as being the average. You set the limit as the upper level which you are content. So I don't think that is right, and I won't be supporting the motion.
Councillor Gawley.
I think it's interesting that the comparison was that with clay pigeon shooting. I mean, for a start, clay pigeon shooting is done in the countryside, a long way from people, because it's loud and noisy. I think this is going to be like living right next door to a squash court. And I think the fact that there isn't any mitigation for sound. And I agree with Councillor Halsall. I think I don't have a problem with the extension and the lights, but that's a socking great building. And it's very ugly. And it's right in the middle of it's right on the edge of the conservation area, and it's going to be really noisy, and I think that it could be better.
Councillor Hodge.
Yes, I'll agree with all the points, or most of the points made before. I have to disagree with Councillor Simon in terms of the house. Although the house has got, the closest house, it has a garden as well as the house, and there'll be a lot of noise in the garden.
Thank you.
And I think that the sport is multiple impacts, multiple fast impacts. I mean, that's how the sport plays against the glass. I also agree with other points that there's no potential mitigation has been put in, and that there are alternatives which would like to see them evaluate that. So I would like to move to overturn the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Warren.
Yes, it's a hard one actually, because you want to encourage exercise. I've actually played paddle tennis badly. I've actually been clay pigeon shooting, and I've done that badly as well. But believe me, the clay shooting is, you can't compare the noises. I mean, clay shooting is far, far, far noisier. You don't wear headphones for nothing. But however, is it irritating? It's like one drip of water. One drip of water is all right. When it keeps dripping, it's like the old Chinese water torture. And I think probably living next door to it could possibly equate to that.
Okay, well, Councillor Hodge has put forward the motion to overturn the officer's recommendation. Can I have a seconder? Councillor McPhee. We need reasons. From reading the room and my own view, we feel that first and foremost, there'll be a harmful amenity impact on neighbouring residents by virtue of the noise levels and lack of mitigation for that. The siting, height and scale of the building, and therefore the impact on the setting of the conservation area as well, a World Heritage Site even. Has there anybody got any other views or any other reasons they'd like to put forward? Councillor Hughes?
Well, I don't know how we cover this, but I'm just not. We've got some really good officers within Baines, but I'm not sure that this is within our level of expertise. And I would hope that Baines would seek outside help in trying to understand something like this, where we clearly we don't understand the full impacts of this sport. So perhaps we need to get some independent support on areas like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Once it's in, and then we're getting into enforcement territory. And, you know, if it is deemed that it is too noisy, yeah, we'd be culpable for that. Okay, we've got a motion. We've had it seconded. All those in favour of that? And against? And then one abstention. Okay, so that motion's been carried and planning permission has been refused. Okay, we'll move on very swiftly to the next item. This is two applications for Lower Shockerwick Farm in Bafford. We're taking both applications at the same time, but we will be making two separate votes on them. So Izzy's still with us. She's taken this over from Christine. So if you'd like to make your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for the change of use of a farmhouse and garage to an agritherapy centre with a weekend holiday let. An extension to the farmhouse and internal alterations are also proposed, as well as internal alterations to the stable and the conversion of the garage into a staff office. Replacement windows and the creation of a car park are proposed as well, and the site is at Lower Shockerwick Farm. A pre-committee site visit was undertaken for both of these agenda items, which I'm going to present together. So this is the site location plan. The application site is within the Greenbelt and AONB. The building here, the farmhouse, is a Grade 2 listed building, and its associated curtilage buildings are curtilage listed. It's a mid-17th century house which was thought to be remodelled in the 18th century according to the date stone. This building is proposed to be converted to an agri-therapy centre and as a holiday let out of term time. This here is the stable, which is to be a permanent residence to the farm manager, and this outbuilding just here is the one that's proposed to be an office for the staff. So this plan just shows you the wider ownership of the applicant in blue. You can just see the site in the middle there in red. So this is an aerial image of the site. So the farmhouse is the building labelled, the stable is here, you can't really see it because of the trees, and then you've got the garage just here. So these are the existing and proposed site plans. Apologies for the sideways writing on the right-hand plan, but for ease of comparison, I've orientated them the same way. So this is the main farmhouse building just here. As you can see, the proposed extension will protrude from the rear, oversailing the existing outbuildings. The stable and staff office largely remain the same on plan. This is just the proposed parking plan for the site, which is in the farmyard located to the northwest of the farmhouse. So there's quite a few internal and external alterations to the various buildings to facilitate the change of use proposed. So I'll run through each building in turn and summarise the changes, but they are set out in full in the report. So firstly, we've got the main farmhouse. So this is the existing and proposed front elevations. The works of this elevation include the roof and gutter repairs. As members will remember on the site visit, there was quite significant water ingress into the building, particularly on the roof. The dormers are also proposed to be altered, so these here. They'll become slightly wider due to insulation standards. And then finally, the existing 20th century windows are proposed to be replaced. Moving on to the west elevation, so again, this is the farm building. You've got an existing sort of extension off the rear here, and then the historic outbuildings just here. So this is the proposed plan at the bottom of the screen. You can see the proposed extension will oversail the existing outbuildings. So this area, and in particular store 5, have rare surviving interior features, including a fireplace and a significant ashlar arch and moulded mantel shelf, a cast iron oven, and a copper furnace. The extension will require underpinning for its construction. So this is the existing and proposed rear elevations. So again, these are the little outbuildings here, and you can see that the extension will oversail those. You can also see on the back, I'll just draw your attention to this addition. I think for existing insulation, this is just being extended slightly, and there's a new window replacement that you can see highlighted in blue. Finally, the east elevation, so again, you can just see the extension from this angle and see how it's oversailing the existing outbuildings. So there's quite a lot of plans associated with the application, so I'm just going to show you the ones that are most pertinent, particularly in the context of this being a listed building. So firstly, the lower ground floor. The key matter here is the rooms highlighted in yellow will be for bat habitation, and they'll remain as such. Then you've got the ground floor plans, so you can see the extension of the kitchen area here on the proposed plan. There's some internal sort of layout changes here as well for the creation of a lobby and a toilet. The internal alterations of the first and second floor include sort of upgrading the soffits, installing fireboarding and a sprinkler system. The plans appear much the same, so I haven't included those in this presentation, but I've just included the roof plan, just so again you can have a look at the extension in comparison to the existing. Then moving on to the staff office, this is the existing garage building immediately to the west of the farmhouse. So this building will remain ancillary to the main farmhouse, and if officers were recommending permission, there could be a condition which could secure that. This will include toilet and facilities for the staff. A replacement window is proposed on the east elevation, and then there's some changes to the south, the front elevation, including these glazing doors here. And then you've got the stable, which will be a C3 residential dwelling for the farm manager, so essentially an agricultural workers dwelling. The stables are located to the south of the farmhouse, so we didn't go into this building on the site visit, but the main changes proposed are the minor internal alterations and then changes to the windows. They're in the same locations. So some site photos, just for those not on the site visit. Again, I've included views which I think are most relevant. So first of all, you've got the farmhouse. So at the top is the front elevation of the farmhouse. And then at the bottom of the screen is the rear elevation. And again, these are the little outbuildings that the extension will oversail. Then this is to the rear, looking at the west elevation. So the proposed extension will come off over here, where my cursor is. Then two more from the rear, so you can see the various additions to the site. Then some closer images of the outbuildings. Again, some more images inside the outbuildings. And then this is inside of Store 5, which is thought to be one of the oldest parts of the farmstead. Some more images inside Store 5. This is inside of Stores 3 and 4, which again are in that little range of outbuildings. And then just some images showing the water ingress and the guttering, which we, for those on the site visit, had a look at. This is obviously proposed to be altered as part of the proposals. And then the farmyard. And then some images of the stables, which will be the residential dwelling. And then just a couple of images of the proposed staff office. So again, you can see the front, the garage doors, they'll be replaced with the glazed doors, and then inside of the garage. So the application is recommended for refusal for the reasons set out in the Officer Committee report.
Thanks, Izzy. Keep going. Right, we'll have speakers. I've got two names. I've got Jamie Filden and Tom Rock. Would you like to come forward? Now, as this is two applications we're considering, you would be entitled to 6 minutes to speak, but I don't think you need that, do you?
Good afternoon. Okay. Jamie's Farm was founded in 2009, just 3 miles away from here, by my mother and I. Since the start, we have served Baines schools and social services, and we want to expand this provision. To date, Jamie's Farm has worked with 15,000 children across the country. We didn't found the charity to teach kids about farming, but instead set out to transform the life chances of vulnerable teens through a week of welcoming them into our working farms. 64% of those at risk of exclusion from school are no longer at risk of exclusion 6 months on, and 63% show improved mental well-being 6 months after a visit. Children like Jack, who went into foster care in Baines after his mother committed suicide. He visited the farm 6 summers in a row and says that it became like a second home to him. He credits Jamie's Farm with the fact that he stayed in mainstream education and went on to work for the charity as an apprentice. We want more children like Jack to benefit from Lower Shockerwick Farm. We are desperate to preserve and share this heritage asset. It seems the only controversial element of our scheme is an extension to the kitchen diner, which is vital to ensure that all children can eat together and participate in our therapeutic offer. The kitchen itself is a 20th century extension to the original building, and the extension would be invisible to all neighbours and from the road. We want to extend it sympathetically, creating a hub for visiting children and linking the beautiful gardens and farmyard to the house. We plan to reinstate the kitchen garden and replant the historic orchard. At all our farms, the properties have been sensitively restored and with an environmental agenda in mind. We want to save this beautiful Cotswold farm from its current demise and bring it back to life. We have already planted 2,000 metres of hedges, restoring historic boundaries, and repaired 200-year-old stone culverts and drinking troughs. Jamie's Farm are experts in regenerative farming with more than 1,000 acres in our care. We farm in a way that enhances habitats and soils and produces high quality and sustainable beef and lamb. We currently sell produce into the local community, supplying Larkhall and Widcombe butchers, and hope to extend this into Baines further. The farm will provide a number of local jobs, and we hope to become an even bigger part of the wider community, sharing the farm for open days and other events. I love this farm, and it is my belief that these wonderful buildings should be shared with the most vulnerable and not kept as the preserve of the rich. We hope that the committee will support our proposal and allow this exciting project to begin in earnest.
Chair, members, good afternoon. I feel privileged to be representing Jamie's Farm in this case. I'm professionally surprised by the recommendations given the substantial public benefits involved. Most importantly, as you've heard so eloquently and passionately from Mr. Fielden, the vital role that proposals will contribute to improving the well-being and life chances of young people, which is greatly valued by our own Children's Services team. There's no objection in principle to extending a listed building. The proposed extension, as you've seen, is modest against the considerable scale of the existing buildings and can be constructed without harm to its integrity. It must be balanced alongside the proposals for significant refurbishment of a building that is in a very poor condition and in dire need of reinstatement of a beneficial use that will invest in its repair and arrest its decline. You members are perfectly entitled to conclude there's no net harm to the heritage asset, since the refurbishment works will outweigh any impacts arising from the proposed extension and will reinstate an optimum viable use of the building. If you reach that conclusion, then the refusal reasons are not justified and the application should be approved. Even if you conclude there is some residual harm, then, as your officers confirm, it's less than substantial. The correct policy approach then requires the harm to be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. In the circumstances of this case, the numerous public benefits weigh very heavily against the limited degree of harm. In particular, substantial weight to the benefits for the welfare and life chances of disadvantaged young people, substantial weight to the reinstatement of regenerative agricultural husbandry, significant weight to the benefits in terms of conservation and enhancement of landscape assets, significant weight to the reuse of rural buildings, contributing to farm diversification and rural tourism, and in this instance, to securing an optimum viable use for a listed building. Moderate weight to the delivery of biodiversity net gain. The benefits are therefore very substantial and must be weighed against heritage harm that is minor and at worst carries significant weight. In the circumstances of this case, the public benefits, in my professional view, clearly and unequivocally outweigh any minor harm occasioned to the heritage asset. Chair, members, of all the cases involving heritage assets in which I've been involved professionally, this is one of the clearest cut examples of public benefits outweighing any heritage harms. Jamie's Farm is an asset to this council, which it should be seeking to facilitate. I therefore commend their laudable objectives to you, request that you do not follow your officers' recommendations in this instance, and grant planning permission and listed building consent to enable the benefits to be delivered without further delay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Spot on 6 minutes there. Right, thank you so much. We have we have a speaker from the local ward, Councillor Kevin Guy. Who's going to make a statement. We've also got a statement from the other Bathhaven North ward member, Sarah Warren, and that'll be read out. And again, because it's 2 applications, you are entitled to 10 minutes to speak, but again, I'm sure you won't need all that time, will you?
I shall just use the 9.5. Thank you very much, Chair. You've had a very long day, committee members, and thank you for letting me speak. There are several key points that I wanted to bring up, but I've basically scribbled them out after the previous speakers. This application meets so many of this administration's aims with regarding to our very ambitious climate change policies, the producing local food in a sustainable way, creating jobs in Bath and North East Somerset, in the rural sector, which has been in decline for decades. It meets all of our key objectives of a council. So what I'll do is I'll just go straight to my very final point, which is quite personal to me and hopefully personal to everybody in the room as well. If you as a committee approve this application today with a single decision, which is very rare as an elected member, you will be improving the lives substantially of some of the most disadvantaged individuals in our community and beyond. You'll be connecting them with nature, improving their mental health and their physical health. These children will otherwise never get a chance to experience such an amazing building and appreciate the rural lifestyle and well-being that's being presented by Jamie's Farm. The social good of this application and this project is literally life-changing. And you, members of this committee, have the privileged position with one decision to make life-changing decisions for some of the most vulnerable individuals in our society. And that is a genuine privilege as an elected member. Therefore, I will finish this speech with a considered planning terminology for you. In this instance, I would urge you to overturn the planning officer's advice on the sound basis that the public and social benefits will and do greatly outweigh any potential harm. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 2 minutes there. Do we have the statement from Councillor Warren? Sarah Warren, that is.
So I read the statement on behalf of Councillor Sarah Warren. This proposal involves the sympathetic restoration, retrofit and extension of a listed building currently in a poor and deteriorating state of repair. The restored building will be used to further the important aims of the charity Jamie's Farm, which provides opportunities every year for hundreds of young people, particularly those at risk of social and educational exclusion, supporting them to thrive academically, socially and emotionally during their school years and beyond. The charity has a record of restoration and energy-efficient retrofit of historic and listed buildings to a high standard. The existing local site near Box makes use of solar thermal PV and burns the farm's own wood as biomass fuel. I understand the charity has undertaken a carbon audit and staff working their way through its recommendations, improving insulation, installing more sophisticated heating controls, and putting in place better waste management. The same strong environmental ethos is being brought to the Lower Shockerwick project, which aims to improve the energy efficiency of the building using natural, environmentally friendly materials with a low carbon footprint in the extension, in line with planning policy CP1. Breathable internal wall insulation is proposed in the main house, improving the overall thermal envelope of the building, whilst respecting the traditional building techniques and materials used in construction. Old windows will be upgraded where necessary to reduce heat loss. Meanwhile, Jamie's regenerative approach to farming practice focuses on habitat creation and soil health. And just like their approach to restoration of the building, it is very much in line not only with Bath and North East Somerset Council's core policy of tackling the climate and ecological emergencies, but also with our new economic strategy. Some of the regenerative initiatives the charity has employed include planting herbal lays to improve drought-resistant and soil fertility, reduce the need for certain animal treatments thanks to the pasture's natural medicinal properties, and improve livestock growth from the species' high protein content. Mob grazing around 2/3 of its land, this briefer, more intense grazing regime sees livestock moved onto new pasture every few days, ensuring soils are gently tilled, but then have longer to recover, benefiting their structure and productivity. Hedgerow planting, reducing soil erosion, benefiting biodiversity, and helping the management of grazing. In summary, it is clear that permitting this development will bring a deteriorating but beautiful historic building back into regular use, which not only permits young people from a range of backgrounds to visit and enjoy it, it will also strongly support the Council's wider environmental aims of reducing carbon emissions and boosting biodiversity, as clearly set out in several policies in a number of different ways. I think it is clear that these social and environmental benefits outweigh any small degree of harm involved in the refurbishment. And that's a statement from Councillor Sarah Warren, one of the local members.
Thank you very much, Karina. Okay. Unfortunately, the application was deferred on the 8th of May. That was, I think, there was a clash with the bank holiday, and the additional information was rather late. So I formally apologise on behalf of the committee for that. But one of the benefits, of course, was we managed to go out there and have a site visit, which was very, very useful and informative. Do we have any questions of Izzy? Yes, Councillor Simon.
Yes, I'd just like to ask her to confirm that the roof for store number 5, which is the area of greatest interest, is not not historic. I mean, it's 20th century roofing, as I recall, and therefore all the areas of particular interest in that store will remain without being touched by the oversailing dining room.
Thank you, Councillor Simon. So, yes, I believe that this part of the roof, as I say, wasn't the case, officer, but I believe this part of the roof is a more modern addition. It's kind of these elements here, the copper furnace and the oven and various other bits that are considered to be of historic interest. The concern stems from the Conservation Officer having assessed it. As we've said, the extension will require significant underpinning, and there is concern that that underpinning would essentially cause harm and the potential loss of well, all of these little outbuildings, but particularly Store 5 because of its significance. So that's the reason for the concern there.
Perhaps you could explain underpinning, the works of underpinning in a bit more detail?
Yeah, so underpinning is essentially reinforcing existing built form through generally digging a cavity, putting in concrete, sometimes putting in posts. I'm not 100% sure what method is being proposed in this case, but it will require pretty significant intervention. And I think, again, there's concern that the foundations of these stores would fail and potentially cause the loss of this significant historic fabric.
Thank you. Anybody else got a question? Okay. Right, we'll move. Oh, Councillor Jackson.
If we were to grant this application consent, would I be right in thinking that the conversion to an office and a farm worker's residence would be tied to having a farm worker in the in that dwelling, but there's absolutely nothing to tie it to this particular charity for the use. I mean, there are other outfits that do art therapy. It's not exclusively so, even though it's quite popular. I mean, it's not exclusive to this particular charity, so we wouldn't have any. There's sort of an appeal has been made on the grounds that we should grant this consent because it's a worthy cause, which I'm sure it is, but actually there's nothing to say that worthy cause will continue in that building. Is that correct?
So in relation to your first question, yes, if members were minded to permit, I would suggest delegated to permit so that officers can add conditions as required, and as part of that we could condition that the garage office would be ancillary as well, and the stables could be used as an agricultural occupancy. That's something officers could go away and confer with the applicant. In terms of the benefits and the charity itself, paragraph 208 of the NPPF says that where there's less than substantial harm to a heritage asset, you have to consider the public, you have to weigh that against the public benefits of the proposal, stemming from the proposal. So in terms of the sort of wider benefits of the charity, I would suggest some caution with applying those as a benefit, but the proposed use is an agritherapy centre, so regardless of who is operating that agritherapy centre, that would be the function. So I would say that members should be giving, weight to that if they see it as a public benefit. But we wouldn't, I don't think officers would be suggesting a condition to tie this permission specifically to this charity. I think the use in itself as agritherapy is sufficient in this case, and officers have concluded that that use would be acceptable.
Thank you, Izzy. Okay, anybody else got a question? We'll go on to the debate. I'll just add my contribution to start with. I think in our deliberation of this application, we need to consider the policy regarding less than substantial harm to a heritage asset. Now, it's on the higher end of less than substantial, but it isn't substantial harm. So based on NPPF and our own local plan policies, if it is felt on balance that the harm could be outweighed by the public benefit, and clearly we've had a demonstration that this is going to be this charity is very honourable, then there is a reason that we could actually go against the officer's recommendation. My personal view here is that we've got a change of use of the actual farm building. Were it to be retained as a dwelling, I would be against the extension to it, because I don't think the harm would be, there'd be no public benefit, the harm wouldn't be outweighed. But because of the proposed use, I feel that we can justify the harm that would be caused. Councillor Gawley, and then Councillor Hodge.
I think this is an excellent idea to conserve a beautiful building that has been falling into despair, and to improve the kitchen, which is always the heart of the farmhouse, I think is really important. It would be a shame to lose the coppers and the bread oven or whatever those things are in the old laundry. But I think given the benefit to the building itself, which I understand has Death Watch beetle, and given the benefit of bringing it back into use in the 21st century for what is undoubtedly an excellent charity, which complies with all sorts of our policies, I think we should be absolutely supporting this and going against the officer's recommendation.
Okay, we wouldn't necessarily lose these, it's just there is a risk because of the underpinning, but certainly if we were to go against the recommendation, the officers will ensure there are quite robust conditions to ensure that we do retain them. I mean, obviously the house is 300 years old, but houses do evolve, even listed buildings. If we just kept everything in aspect, the houses in the city wouldn't even have bathrooms. So
we would still be washing our
we'd
clothes.
still be washing in that, yes. Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you. I don't want to stifle debate, but I do want to propose a motion, actually, given the time it is. So I would like to propose that we overturn the officer's recommendation. And I think we all found the site visit very useful, and thank the conservation officers because they gave us a really thorough view, a description all the way through the property and the renovation that was proposed. And I was pleased to note that the design of the new kitchen does oversail the features at the end, really. So many of those features are being retained, the wash house and what's within it, and the little kind of toilet area to the side of it. And I think whilst the farmhouse has a lot of important heritage features, there's also been quite a few alterations over the years with the barn in the 20th century and the holiday accommodation in the 1980s. So I recognise that we have to pay special regard for the desirability of preserving the building. But the main area of contention was the kitchen extension, and I felt that was kind of less visible at the back. And personally, I felt the level of alteration was acceptable, and come to a different conclusion when it's weighed up against the public benefit, which I think we all agree. The charity is going to provide amazing educational, holistic experiences for some of our district's more vulnerable young people, and that's how I arrived at my conclusion.
Thank you. Yeah, the officer's report was excellent, and also we had a very thorough site visit, so congratulations to the officers for that. Okay, Councillor Hodge has put forward a motion to overturn the officer's recommendation. Councillor Gawley, you'll second that? Okay, thank you. We'll take a vote then. Sorry, Councillor
Can I just
Simon.
add a couple of reasons why I support that? Firstly, there is already an early 20th century element of the building that is quite incongruous with the historic farmhouse. So having a early 21st century modern addition as well doesn't strike me as a problem. I was also going to ask that there should be conditions requiring a method statement before the underpinning is undertaken to demonstrate that the risks to the to straw 5 have been mitigated as far as possible.
Is that a condition we could impose?
Yes, Chair, as I said, I think it would be sensible to delegate to permit, because there would be quite a number of conditions that we'd need to go through, particularly in respect to the listed building.
I understood that was Councillor Hodges' motion to delegate to permit.
Yes, it is delegate to permit, and also talking about the limecrete underpinning and those elements, I think the officers would address in more detail.
Okay, well, obviously, if we delegate to permit, the officers can go away and get them to come up with the conditions, and I guess as chair and vice chair, we'll be consulted on that as well. Okay, so the motion is to delegate to permit. Sorry? We've got 2 applications, indeed. So we'll do the planning application first, which is obviously the change of use, as well as the extension and the internal works to a degree. All those in favour of the motion? And that's unanimous. And then the listed building application, which obviously relates to certainly the internal elements of the proposal. All those in favour of supporting the motion? Okay, so both applications have been approved unanimously. Right, shall we have a 5-minute break? Okay, can we all start to reconvene, please? We're just waiting for Councillor Hodge and then we can carry on. Here she is, right. Okay, the next item, 3 to go. I will congratulate Isabel for her stamina. She's been really put on the spot today, and this is her last presentation of the day. So we are at Corner Cottage, Frog Lane, Ubley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure you'll all be pleased to be rid of me, but yeah, this is the final one I'll be presenting. So it's the erection of a new dwelling in an existing garden of a cottage in Ubley. So there's just 2 points of clarification in the officer report, which I'll just verbally update members on now. So the first is in the design section, which currently states that the proposal by reason of its design, siting, scale, massing and layout materials is acceptable and contributes and responds to the local context and maintains the character and appearance of the surrounding area. To clarify, this is an outline application with all matters reserved, so there's not actually a design on the table, so officers consider that these matters can be made acceptable at the reserved matters stage when the detailed design is proposed. Also in the sustainable construction section of the report, it states that a sustainable construction checklist has been submitted and evidences that the prescribed standards have been met. This needs to be omitted from the report. The report does then go on to explain that a sustainable construction checklist is not required at this stage, as this will be dealt with at the reserved matter stage when the detailed design comes forward, so it's just an error in the officer report. And just to clarify, the recommendation I think is down as permit, but officers are recommending delegate to permit, subject to a section 106 agreement to secure the off-site biodiversity net gain. So on the left is the site location plan. The blue line shows the applicant's ownership, and the indicative outline of the proposed dwelling is shown just here. Then we've got an aerial view. So you've got Corner Cottage and then the garden area where the dwelling is proposed just here. So as mentioned, this application is an outline application with all matters reserved. So this slide shows the indicative layout. An alternative layout and access arrangement could come forward at the reserved matters stage. However, this has been submitted to demonstrate that a dwelling could feasibly be accommodated on this site, as well as a parking area with sufficient visibility. So moving to some site photos. So this is the view looking north towards Corner Cottage here, and then the neighbouring property just here. And then some views facing south down the garden away from Corner Cottage. Then the existing parking area and a side view of Corner Cottage as well, just here. So as stated, the recommendation to members is that they delegate to permit, subject to the conditions in the committee report and the Section 106 agreement to secure off-site BNG.
Thanks, Izzy. We have 2 speakers. We've got Rachel Tadman, who's objecting to the application. Is Rachel Tadman here? Would you like to come up to the table, please? And just to explain, we give you 3 minutes to make your statement.
Dear councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Could you use your microphone, please? Just press the button. Is it on?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I can't see because of the glare from behind you.
The development on land at the rear of Corner Cottage does not provide enough parking. The Council's own Transport and Development SPD states that the development would require 3 parking spaces, 1 for the new development and 2 for the existing dwelling. However, the committee report confirms that only 2 spaces will be required, 1 for the new dwelling and 1 for Corner Cottage. Corner Cottage currently has 2 spaces, so this will result in a loss of parking for this house. It's a 4-bed dwelling and requires more than 1 space. The current tenants, for example, have 4 cars. Parking in the area is already a huge problem. On-street parking is extremely limited, meaning cars block drives, cross junction markings and use the village hall car park, which is not allowed. Bus services are limited, so everyone drives. There are no pavements, and cars frequently have to reverse to allow other vehicles to get past. There was recently an accident with the school bus and a boy on a scooter, so it is a dangerous section of road. This will only get worse with a new dwelling and reduced parking for Corner Cottage, especially as it will result in more cars reversing on or off of Squire Lane with limited visibility. There is also concern that the parking for Corner Cottage is not achievable. The plans of the cottage are incorrect as they do not show the existing extension, which projects further into the site than shown. Furthermore, although the plans are indicative, the layout shows a building potentially larger than 2 bedrooms, more like 3 to 4 bedrooms, especially if it is at 2-storey, meaning that even more parking will be required. Were councillors minded to permit the development, you're politely requested to add a condition confirming that reserved matters should show 2 spaces for Corner Cottage, as is the case at the moment, and at least 1 space for the new dwelling. The visibility displays will also result in the reduction in height of a significant length of natural stone boundary walling, a valued part of the character of Ubley, which will be extremely harmful. The committee report fails to assess this inevitable harm. The report states that the building will be set down at road level and single storey. However, my clients are of the view that this will still have a harmful impact on the amenity of their own house as well as neighbouring houses by overbearing impact and overlooking. If the resulting dwelling is 2 storeys or set higher than the road level, the new property will definitely overlook several neighbours' gardens and houses. This is unless there are no windows on the north and west elevations. However, having no windows on 2 elevations is really poor design, contrived, and will provide a poor living environment. While my clients object to a dwelling in principle, if councillors were minded to approve, it is requested that a condition is attached, limiting the height to single storey and ensuring that the ground floor level is the road level. The committee report recommends this, but has failed to secure this as a condition. Notwithstanding this, all of the points made today demonstrate that the proposal is overdevelopment of the site, having a harmful impact on neighbours' lives, highway safety and the important character of Ubley. Councillors are therefore politely requested to refuse the application.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Thomas Gay to come forward, please? Hi there. Once again, you've got 3 minutes to make your statement.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Thomas Gay, and I am the applicant for Corner Cottage Outline Planning Permission. My father and I run a family business in the Chew Valley, employing just under 100 people from the local area. Our business is involved with retail, hospitality, manufacturing, and farming. In the last 10 years, we've increased our employment from 20 staff to 98 staff. As part of our employment, many of our key workers require housing with their roles. Our farming team require local accommodation with having to work various hours for the welfare of our stock. There is very limited housing in the area that is affordable and able to rent. Currently today, having looked on Rightmove, there is only 6 houses available within a 5-mile radius to rent, some of which would be unaffordable for their job roles. We believe there is little impact on the village and the surrounding area. It infills the area that is shouting for an infill within the village boundary. We have carried out highways, parking, drainage, flooding, and ecologically reports. The biodiversity net gain will increase by 34%, which is off-site, which will be secured by an S106 agreement if to be granted. Can I respectfully ask that you support the officer's recommendation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a statement from Chew Valley Councillor Anna Box, which Karina will read out.
Thank you. As Ward Councillor for the Chew Valley, I do not support this outline planning application for infill in the garden of Corner Cottage. My ward colleague, Dr. David Harding, visited an adjoining neighbour who was very concerned that the new property would not only overlook her house in a substantial way, but block sunlight due to its elevated position compared to her own. I understand there is a suggestion to dig down to mitigate this, but any property would have to be very sunken to offset this issue. I truly think this could do long-term damage to the residents' mental health due to the lack of sunlight, especially in wintertime. The parish of Bubley also raises concerns about the application, with several mistakes in the application noted, such as where the frontage of Corner Cottage is, or that it is a 2-bedroom property, not a 4-bedroom one. I'm personally concerned for vehicles in that particular corner of Squire Lane. It is very tight and can be congested at school pickup times. I cannot think of any on-street parking immediate to the property, especially as larger vehicles such as tractors will need access to the village. I do not feel the size of both properties sought on this site have adequately considered parking, especially as we have very little public transport in our rural communities. In conclusion, I believe the application is too large property for the garden of Corner Cottage, with several errors in application, and is inconsiderate to immediate neighbours whilst not adhering to Bain's planning policy for parking. And that was a statement from local councillor, Councillor Anna Box.
Thank you, Karina. We'll go on to questions. I've got a couple. Can I just get some clarity over the parking and what is or is not allowed? And I believe there is a conflict with our own policy in the neighbourhood plan for Ubley.
Yeah, Dan will talk about the parking, but just quickly in terms of the conflict with the neighbourhood plan, the Chew Valley neighbourhood plan requires more parking than the new Baines Transport Development SPD, because the new SPD relates to maximum standards, whereas I believe the Chew Valley neighbourhood plan is minimum standards, so it requires more spaces per dwelling. In cases where there is a conflict, because the local plan partial update and the SPD were adopted after the Chew Valley neighbourhood plan, they take precedence in this case. Dan, I'll let you answer about the parking.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much more to add, really. The Highway Authority have just assessed it against our adopted maximum parking standards, and 1 parking space is shown for each of the dwellings, the existing dwelling and the proposed dwelling.
Okay, thank you. With regards, this is an outline application, there is no reserve matters, so we don't have any details whatsoever. We've had an indicative plan, but we can't make any decision based upon that. We're only looking at the principal development. But if we are minded to go along with the recommendation, is there a scope, or is it reasonable that we could condition parameters? For example, the slab level, you know, whether it becomes a bungalow rather than a 2-storey house, for example?
I mean, yes, there are instances where you do generally condition parameter plans for outline applications and for the reserve matters. I say generally on larger schemes. I think in this case, my view as an officer would be that it wouldn't be necessary to condition that, because at reserve matters stage, we would have to assess those impacts again on the basis of the design that came forward. I mean, the office report has suggested that a single story would be appropriate here, and I would suggest to the applicant that they should heed that advice if they do get to the reserve matters stage. So I don't think such a condition would pass the 6 tests in the MPPF to be attached, because those matters would need to be reassessed anyway at reserve matters.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Councillor Jackson?
Yes, I wondered if the officer could just show us again where the actual exit is onto the road.
So access is a reserved matter, so this plan is purely indicative, and at reserve matter stage this could change. So at the moment there's a parking area here at the back. I believe this is this utilises the existing parking area. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same or similar. And again, this is the proposed parking area for Corner Cottage, but again, this plan is indicative, so that could change when this comes forward at the reserve matter stage if we get to that point.
Anybody else got a question? No? Oh, Councillor Gawley.
Sorry, just looking at it, it looks like a really tight turn to get into that upper parking zone. I mean, is it actually feasible to get a car in there?
Well, that's obviously something we can't consider. I mean,
I'm happy to answer that if it would help.
Yeah, please.
If you're talking about the most southern parking space, that's the existing parking space that serves the existing property. It's used on a daily basis, and that would serve the proposed house. The new parking space to the north would serve the existing dwelling. The ones that the space to the north, I don't have any issue with that dimension, no.
Okay, anybody else got a question? Right, who wants to express their views? Councillor Hodge?
I was just wondering if we can see the image about the topography of the site, you know, whether the point about whether there would be overlooking as a kind of principal problem, whatever height building you had there. Are these the two buildings that were most likely to be overlooked in this image?
Yeah, so I don't actually have a kind of topographical survey, but essentially the ground here for the garden is higher than these properties. So this is Corner Cottage, this is the sort of the host, the applicant's property, and then this is the neighbour. The applicant has suggested that they would essentially dig down so that the ground level would be the same as these properties here. I have spoken to the case officer. She thinks the difference is around 1/2 metre, although I don't have that on a plan. You can't see it on this drawing, but there is some text here which does talk about the levels. And again, you know, at the reserved matter stage, we would expect a section drawing to show the change in levels and the levels that were being proposed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anybody want to say anything, express their views, put forward a motion?
Yeah, absolutely. This is, it's only an outline planning permission. It's not a full application. It's in a sustainable location. It's again of a house in the village. I think a lot of the heights, etc., can be sorted out when a full app goes in. So I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Does anybody want to second that? Councillor Simon?
Yes, I'll second that, but with a recommendation to officers that they look critically at overlooking and heights and at parking when it comes to considering reserve matters.
Of course, that will be, obviously, we've got a safety valve in the sense that if we did approve this, obviously it'll be subject to full scrutiny.
Let's put it in our conclusions just to reinforce it.
Okay. Councillor Gawley?
I am concerned about shoehorning in a building onto what's not a very big plot, and the remaining garden that the corner cottage would, or the new cottage would have. I think that's my concern over just the size of the plot and trying to fit something else in.
Right, Councillor Salmon, did you second the motion? Okay, so we've got a motion on the table. Does anybody else want to speak before we take the vote? No, okay, so all those in favour of supporting the officer recommendation to delegate to permit? And those against? 2. Thank you. So permission is granted in outline for that. The next application is item 8. We're on the home stretch now. It's Staddlestones in Salford. Izzy can now leave us and go and have a nice cold drink somewhere. Thank you for all your help today. Okay, just wait for Ed to set up. Yeah. Just to say, Councillor Warren won't be taking part in this application. He's not got well, he has got an interest, but not declare here.
Chair, I hope you'll excuse myself from, at the end of this if we leave and we don't stay for the appeals item.
We'll text you and let you know what the decision is.
Okay, so, yeah,
Okay,
sorry
Ed,
about
over
that.
to you.
Okay, so yeah, this is an application for a two-storey site extension and some alterations to an existing house known as Staddlestones or 5 Salford Court in Salford. Okay, so this is the site location plan with the site outlined in red. The existing dwelling. Can you see my mouse or not? Don't think. Can you see my mouse? Okay. The existing house there in the middle. It's located at the end of Salford Court, and it's located in the conservation area, and the land slightly to the north of the dwelling, which I'll show you in the next slide, is in the green belt, but the house itself isn't in the green belt. And just a reminder to members that we have a duty under sections 66 and 72 of the Act to consider the impacts on the conservation area and also the setting of a listed building, which is located to the south, but it's kind of a sufficient distance away. You can't actually see it on that plan, I don't think. So this is a bit of a closer look at the existing and proposed site plans. So hopefully you can see there the side extension going into that land. It's a shame I can't show you with my mouse, but only a proportion of this extension is going into the greenbelt. And just another closer look there. So these are the existing elevations of the house. And to compare, these are the proposed elevations. And you may want to go back and forth later on with questions. The existing floor plans here. And the proposed floor plans, kind of shaded in, outlined in blue there. You can see the proposals. So hopefully, the bottom right image, you can see the green shading. So that's the green belt land, and you can see the site there, just below it. So part of the site extension does go into the green belt. The land that it extends into is the photos you can see. So the house in the photo you can see is the house that's being extended. So this is the land it's kind of coming into, and this is under the ownership of the applicant. So the officer recommended to permit the application for the reasons outlined in the report.
Thanks, Ed. We have, I've got two names here. I've got Carol Chung and Helen Mulholland who are objecting. Are you going to speak together? Yeah, okay. And thanks for waiting around. It can't be easy for a member of the public to wait 3 hours to speak, but we've been here since 11. Okay, well, we have 2 speakers. Normally we divvy it up, so we'll do a total of 3 minutes. So if you would choose to do 90 seconds each.
Yeah, I'm just going to go first, and then Helen's going to.
Okay, all right.
Hi, thank you committee and chair for listening to me today. I ask that this application be refused. The substantial extension would encroach into the green belt. There is no evidence of exceptional circumstances here, nor does it meet any of the exemptions. The width of the extension is 3/4 of the original building, exceeding the half permitted by the GTPO. The increase in volume of 66% is double that allowed, and a substantial part of the extension would sit within the green belt. Building works would be extensive. Only the glazed walkway would be within the existing curtilage of number 5. The case law of Sevenoaks has been quoted out of context. That ruling was for some circumstances only, and ones which differ to this proposal. In more recent cases, the Gravesham Test and the Town and Country Planning Act have been used to determine that a dwelling house must provide facilities for day-to-day existence and be Class 3 residential. Baines' own policy agrees with this. It states that the volume increase can include unattached residential buildings, but not unattached outbuildings. Saltford Court comprises 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom houses. They are in close proximity to each other. Number 5 directly faces number 6, 4 and 3. It is also clearly visible from number 2 and Saltford House. Therefore, I disagree with the case officer, and it is not tucked away. The proposed use of glass, the grand entrance, and the sheer size would completely be out of character. Building on the regularised domestic garden of Selwood Farm would set a precedent and conflict with the condition to keep it as open green belt.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. This extension would be almost entirely outside the existing plot and situated in the green belt. There do not appear to be any exceptional reasons for permitting this incursion. Approving the application would set a dangerous precedent for future development within the green belt and the conservation area. It would be a disproportionate addition to the original building. Number 5 is not tucked away, but clearly visible from the surrounding properties. The proposed building would be significantly larger than other Saltford Court dwellings, which were designed to complement each other and be appropriate for the conservation area. A large gable instead of a hipped roof and the use of glass would also alter the visual and spatial aspects of the court. It is vital to retain the open aspect of the green belt. Views into the green belt from surrounding properties would be significantly blocked, and it would also be seen from a nearby public footpath, which is also in the green belt. There would be considerable impact on Saltford House, which actually is adjacent, it's not a long way away, which is listed, and there's no indication that the specialist advice requested by the parish council has been sought. Permitting this application appears to raise inconsistencies in relation to other local planning decisions. It is unclear how attaching a condition to prevent the extension becoming a separate living unit could be permanently enforced. There is likely to be increased noise and traffic. The shared driveway exit to the high street is already hazardous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. We have another statement to read out from a ward member. This is from my former boss, Duncan Hansel.
Thank you. So, statement from Councillor Duncan Hansel. Thank you for listening to my short statement written as Saltford Ward Councillor. I cannot attend your meeting this afternoon because of a prior appointment. I ask you to defer a decision on this application for planning permission at 5 Saltford Court so that you can undertake a site visit. The case officer makes the point that in determining whether the extension is disproportionate or not, it is important to take into account how it is experienced on the ground, taking into account topography, site context, landform, boundary treatments, etc. To be confident in your decision making, I suggest that committee members take an opportunity to do just that and experience this on the ground. The case officer states that the position of the house means it is viewed as part of an existing cluster of large buildings. Neighbours disagree and argue that Saltford Court is an existing cluster of modest-sized buildings. The case officer states that the Grade 2 listed Saltford House is located a considerable distance away from number 5. Again, committee members might wish to see this setting of Saltford House and note the proximity of the garden walls of Saltford House. The application involves the glazed link, which is described by the case officer as more modern and a new design element in the immediate area. It is asserted that this is not harmful with the location of the plot tucked away where it would be masked from a number of angles. Again, I ask you to visit and make this and other judgments on site. If you do conduct a site visit, the entrance to Saltford Court is to the side of Saltford House. The most famous occupant was Admiral Kelly, who played a role in stopping the slave trade at sea. On the other side of Saltford House is Tunnel House, once owned by Isambard Kingdom Brunel. The entrance to Saltford Court is at the top of the historic High Street. This area is of great sensitivity. Please defer for a site visit. Councillor Duncan Hounsell, Saltford Ward.
Thanks, Karina. Before we ask questions or go into any debate, is there an appetite in the room for a site visit following Councillor Hounsell's request? I know Councillor Crossley may not want to do that, but does anybody want to? Lucy?
I'm happy to move a site visit, given that Councillor Hounsell has so strongly recommended it.
Is there somebody who wants to second that? Councillor McPhee, okay. Shall we take a vote? And then obviously we won't discuss the application. It'll come back on the 4th of July, won't it? So all those in favour of a site visit and deferring the application? Okay, and against? Councillor Crossley, and any abstentions? Thank you. Right, okay, so we're on the last item now, so I'll ask Councillor Simon and Councillor Hodge to leave the room because they've declared an interest. Officers will be in contact regarding the site visits and confirm the date in due course. And thanks to Ed as well. Just to say, we've got some good news around the table. Councillor Warren has got a grandson as of about 5 or 10 minutes ago. Are you already a grandparent? Oh, first time. Wow, amazing. Right, okay. Last item. We have a tree application. It's being referred to committee because the applicant is Councillor Hodge. So bear with me. It's all right. It's getting to that time of day now, isn't it? Yeah, Jane, you're here to present the item. So when are you wetting the baby's head then? You've not heard me. Yeah, next one, Jane.
Sorry, thank you so much for your patience. This relates to some tree work in our Bath Conservation Area, and the reason why it's brought to you today is because our councillor is involved, and we need to ensure that transparency in how we deal with notification. The proposal is based at Audley House in Park Gardens, and it is for some works to 2 trees. You can see the location of the house. I don't touch my screen because I might lose it for you. So I'm leaving that where it is. The trees are in the front garden, and their location is here. T1 is the sequoia, and T2 is the cedar. Both very significant trees. This shows the notification is to remove, it's described as a codominant stem, but as you can see from the left-hand photograph, it's the stem on the right-hand side, which is very much more subordinate to the main stem. The removal of that stem will have no material effect on the amenity of the main tree. The second tree is the cedar. The photograph on the left, if you look quite carefully, and note it I won't be able to use my cursor. There's a lower stem which runs along, a lower branch which runs along the very lush hedge area along beside the roadway. That's one of the stems that's proposed, branches, which is proposed to be reduced by 1.5 metres. And the photograph on the right-hand side shows the lower branch, which overhangs to the right of the photograph towards a magnolia near to the property. And the proposal is just simply to reduce that by approximately 1.5 metres, but just take it away from the magnolia. Both options I do not consider are going to affect the amenity or the health of the tree, and the officer recommendation is no objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, it's no objection and not no comment as was set out in the report.
Yes, I don't know where that came from.
Okay. Thank you. Have we got any questions for Jane? Move to the recommendation. Absolutely. Okay, put forward by Councillor Crossley, seconded by Councillor Warren. All those in favour? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. Right, we're nearly there. Appeals. So do we have any questions on appeals? Let's sit out on the agenda report. Councillor Jackson.
Chair, I'd just like to formally move that we note these appeals and that we congratulate the officer on their 100% success in winning appeals.
Absolutely, here. Yeah, we all note the appeals. Thank you very much. Right, the date of the next meeting is the 3rd of July, obviously the day before the big event, and we really must make sure we're not political in any way, the next committee. And there is going to be a site visit now in Saltford, and that is going to be on Monday, the 24th of June. If everyone's happy, we can all go home. End of meeting. Thank you.